please start to have our club volunteers down onto pool deck, please? Club volunteers down onto pool deck. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 Victorian Metropolitan Championships, brought to you by UNCLOUD. We are almost ready to kick off our events this morning, beginning with our girls' 12-year-old 200-metre individual medley. This is event 1, and we have 4 timed finals this morning.
In the water now, we have event 1, girls 12-year-olds, 200-metre IM. It is heat 1 of 4 in the water now, and it's a really great start there from lane 5.
Yeah, Charlotte Grover there out of the water, flying and comes at that, Grover at the front there. Strong lead here in that butterfly, probably nearly 3/4 of the body length. Also going really well in lane number 8 out here is Lily Boone.
As they come down to the first 50 metres, it is Charlotte Grover 35.92, followed by Lily Poon 37.64 as we head now into our backstroke leg.
Yeah, it was a really good turn there from Poon, who has now come up and taken the lead out here in lane number 8. Charlotte Grover still in second spot there as we come to the turn of the 50 metres here, and a nice strong turn here from Lily again.
This is a very strong backstroke leg here from Lily out in lane 8. She's put a body length on Charlotte in lane 5, just in this 50 metres as we come down now to the 100-metre backstroke to breaststroke turn.
Yeah, a nice turn there from Lily, who in a 1:17.75 in second is still Charlotte there, and Louise Jiang also had a really good turn there, coming up on Charlotte in that third position.
Lily really made her move in that breaststroke and that backstroke leg as she continues in the breaststroke. A really great turn there from her. We'll see how much further she can get ahead of the rest of the field as Charlotte Grover still holding that second position. The rest of the field starting to catch up ever so slightly.
Yeah, nearly an 8-second lead here for Lily out in lane 8. That fight for second is really on there with Louise Jiang now coming up on Charlotte Grover, and the chasing pack coming there as well with Kayla Meng.
Lily turns there 2:08.8 as she heads down to her last 50 metres. We've got a great little battle on our hands for second in this heat between Charlotte and Louise as they turn second and third, but it is all Lily out front at the moment.
Yeah, she now turns into that final lap. Came in with a seated time of 3:07.56. Looks like she will get under that now as she looks set to come into this last 12.5 metres here. A very strong performance by her out in front as she comes in towards the wall here, and she will finish and touch there with a 2:49.07, well in front of her seated time there. Charlotte will finish in second spot there, holding off Louise. Charlotte finishes with a 2:57.23 and Louise with a 2:58.18. See the final swimmers now come into the wall.
Away we go now with heat 2. Pretty even start across the field here once again. The outside lanes great underwaters as the girls come down this first 25.
It's a very strong start there from Annabelle Bartlett from Fairbank Aquastars. Alongside her in lane 0 as well, having a great first 50 metres of this 200-metre medley, and in lane 8, Catherine Louis trying to keep up with a very strong first 50. It will be Annabelle turning first 34.53, followed by Catherine 35.38 as we head down to the backstroke leg.
Very nice underwater there from Catherine out in lane 8, and starting to push through into this race over in lane 0, Meredith Marcelo. She's sitting in third now in the backstroke as the girls come into that first backstroke turn. We know these turns super important in our short course season.
It's a great strong backstroke from Catherine here in lane 8. She will turn first at the 100-metre mark in a time of 1:15.54. We'll see if she can keep the lead in front of Annabelle in this breaststroke.
These time finals this morning, the girls trying to set their speed up nice and early here. They're competing against girls in heat 4 sitting around that 2:33 to 2:40 mark. So we'll see how they go for time. Still out in the lead is Catherine Liu in lane 8. She holds on through this breaststroke leg, and we'll see a little bit of a drive from lane 3, Evelyn Leong. Starting to make up a little bit of ground on Annabelle Butler.
Some really great underwaters and turns from these girls. As Carlia mentioned before, short course, our turns are vital. As we come down to our final 50 here, Catherine still leading 2:05.4. A great breaststroke leg there from Evelyn. She turned second, 2:08, as they put on the afterburners now for the final freestyle.
And it will be lane 8, Catherine, who hits that wall first on the turn, not far behind. Still Evelyn Leong in lane 3 as those girls hit this final lap. The race is on. Evelyn doing everything she can to make up that gap set early on by Catherine, but I think she's done enough to hold on. She comes down under the flags now into the finish. It will be Catherine Liu in lane 8, 2:44.49, ahead of Evelyn, 2:45.35. With a tight finish for third, and a Siwu in lane 4, 2:50.94.
Underway in this third heat of the girls' 12-year-old 200-metre medley. It is lane 7 there that has started really well with Anne deep in that lane there. Also starting strongly in lane 5 is Yashin Go.
Yeah, the girls are very close down on that first turn. They're really putting it out there in that butterfly leg here of the 200 IM. Really nice start from Emily to Moore over in lane 1. So it's those outside lanes once again who are really going after it early.
Is not much on that touch there with Amelia Dior touching in first spot there. In second was Anne just behind her, and then a third is Joshin Go in that lane 5. So it is lane 7 and lane 1 that are leading it out as we come down to the first lap of the 50-metre of the backstroke.
Now we've seen from our earlier heats, the girls who have put it out strong early on have managed to hold on. We'll be looking for this breaststroke leg. It tends to be the one that makes quite a lot of difference, particularly with our younger age groups. If you have a strong breaststroke, you can make up a big difference down that 50. So as we come into the back to breast turn there, it is Amelie still out in the lead from lane 1, following her onto the wall, Arm, and then sitting in third is Yushin Drew in lane 5. Those girls not too far off the pace.
Yeah, Emily with a really strong first lap of that backstroke to get a lead out there on Arn. It's still those two out in front. In third spot there is Yoshin, so keeping that pressure on, but it is Emily who touches first there in a 1:37.08.
Yeah, Emily maintaining a really nice rhythm through this breaststroke. She's driving forward on each stroke, and I think she's actually extended her lead. So very, very strong breaststroke 50 from Amelie Dior over in lane 1. She's going to almost double that distance as we come into the freestyle leg. So she's got quite a bit of a lead on the rest of the field here.
Yeah, she's well out in front there as Arn come back to the pack a little bit in that breaststroke. And now it's Nikita Chu who is in second spot. Arn is still in third there, but it is all Emily out in that lane number 1 there, who's set to turn for the final lap of this 200-metre medley in a 2:21.21 there. The race for second is well and truly on here here. Touching in second is Nikita Chu.
This is going to be a huge personal best swim out in lane from Amelie Dior as she comes down under the flags, looking to go sub that 240. She gets there 239.72. The race on for second. It looks like it will be Nikita Chu who just gets her hand on in front of Yushin Gu. So 247.50 for Nikita and 248.43 for Yushin.
In the water now, we have our fourth and final heat of our 12-year-old girls 200-metre IM. And it's a great start there from lane number 4, Zoe Clemenson. We've seen some fast swimming already in our 3 heats. These girls are our fastest entered this morning, so we'll see if any of them can go quicker than our previous heat of 239.7 as Zoe turns in a 31.57.
Yeah, not surprised to see Zoe out in front there. Came in with an entry time nearly 9 seconds quicker than anyone else, and she's more than 2 body lengths ahead after that first stroke there of the butterfly. Looking really strong as we see a really good performance out in lane number 9 from Erin Sun there as that backstroke lead leg. Plenty of depth across the middle lanes there. In a second spot was Victoria Dang, but it is all Zoe Clemenson out in front.
For just 12 years old, Zoe has some beautiful technique as she turns in a 108.78 at the 100-metre mark. She comes up 3 body lengths ahead of the rest of the field. Turning second there, Victoria Dang 1:13, just ahead of the other 2 girls next to her, but it is all Zoe at the front.
Yeah, looking to come in for the second lap of the breaststroke, and she's extending that lead and probably looking to go under that 2:33 entry time that she came in with. Isabel Thornborough now in second spot. In third is Erin Paris. So the rest of the field is switching around in that one, but a strong lap there from Isabel, who seems to be a bit of a breaststroker.
Zoe will turn here for her last 50 metres with a nice long lead from the rest. She will be going against her time of 2:33. We'll see if she can beat that, as there's a battle here for second and third in this heat between Isabel and Erin.
As we now into that final lap there for Zoe, turns in a 2:12.07. So we said her entry time was 2:33.29. In that second spot is Isabel, and third is Erin. Not much between those 2 there. As Zoe comes in just about ready to touch here, will finish in at 2:28.73. So not only break her time, but will claim the gold medal here. Coming in second is Isabel Thornborough. Third was Erin Paris, and then fourth was Taylor Holt.
Some incredible swimming there by all our 12-year-old girls. Some very fast times, lots of PBs. It's absolutely great to see. In third place with the bronze medal, we have Erin Paris from CA Tritons. And in second place with the silver medal, we have Isabel Thornborough from Furbank. And in first place, claiming the gold medal, is Zoe Clemenson from Melbourne.
Hitting the water now, we have the swimmers in event 2, the boys 12-year-old 200-metre individual medley. We have 2 time finals in this event this morning. In the water, time final 1.
Lane 4 having a great first 25 metres there. Strong in his butterfly and underwaters. He's come up a body length ahead of lane number 5.
Really great when we see these junior athletes completing those underwaters and doing a really good job of their skills. This is the time of year to put them to show.
As we turn there, 33.84 for our leader. He's put a body length ahead of the rest of the field just in that first 50 metres.
And now we're just starting to see Emmanuel in lane 6 moving his way up alongside Pilar.
We do tend to see some lead changes here in our medley swims depending on which stroke is stronger for our athletes.
As we come down to the halfway point, the back to breaststroke turn, very important skill in our IM. It is still Pilar in lane 4 out in the lead, 1:18.18 ahead of Emmanuel Commeling in 1:19.40, and Joshua over in lane 3 sitting in third. But there's absolutely nothing really separating third and fourth in this first timed final.
Pilar is really capitalising on his turns. That's what's giving him the lead at this point in time. You can see that he's really gaining off that wall, off his split stroke and his underwaters as he starts to head down now to his final 50 metres.
It's been a super solid breaststroke leg here from Pilar as he comes into the freestyle. Gets away well off the wall, not sticking around too long. Sitting in second, Emmanuel still. But Joshua really closed the gap there, less than a second between himself and Emmanuel as they come into the freestyle. It is all Pilar here.
Pilar gaining that lead really in the breaststroke leg. It's a little battle between Joshua and Emmanuel in lane 3 and 6. Emmanuel currently got a slight lead on Joshua, but it is all Pilar as he comes down under the flags. He'll touch in a time of 2:42.30. And Emmanuel getting the second there, 2:57.5, followed by Joshua, 2:51.24.
Underway in the second of 2 heats here for the 12-year-old boys 200-metre medley. It's starting well in the middle of the pool. There was Danielle Mancini, who is the favourite heading into this event, coming in with a 2:31 starting time.
Nice turn there from Elijah Lamont in lane 5. And those middle 3 already starting to get out into the lead. You see those golden lanes in the centre of the pool.
Yeah, Elijah turning in first there. Again, another really strong turn, but as you said, not much between those top 3. Next to him is Danielle, and then third is Yi Yang. Leading, coming into the second lap of this backstroke, it is Elijah who has taken it out really strongly turns well here in a 51.35 to lead Danielle by 51.52.
Yeah, Elijah looks like he's working quite hard through this backstroke leg to try and pull away from Daniel in lane 4 and get a little bit of ground coming to the breaststroke. I think this is going to be the leg that separates these guys, where they're really going to start to shift away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, and Danielle's turn there was really strong to pull up alongside Elijah as we come into this breaststroke leg. They've got a bit of break now on Yi here, so it is lane 4 and 5 who are leading the way as we are coming into the back half of this breaststroke. It is Danielle who has now taken the lead.
And it was a really great underwater there from lane 4. He come off that turn. There wasn't a lot separating the two boys, and he's come out almost a body length in front, showing the importance of those split strokes and that pull out on the underwater. And he'll come through in this breaststroke leg to take that lead out to being over 1 second there, almost 2 seconds into the freestyle.
Yeah, that was a sensational breaststroke leg there from Danielle. Elijah's still sticking with him in this freestyle, but the lead more than a body length as we head into this last lap here. Danielle well in front here with a 2:10.81, 2 seconds ahead of Elijah as we are now in the last 25 metres.
So we're coming down to the finish, and Elijah is closing that gap, but it's not quite going to be enough to take away the win there from Daniel. 2:27.81, lane 4 ahead of Elijah, 2:29.21, and Yi Yang hangs on there for that bronze there, 2:34.57.
Winning the bronze medal in the boys' 12-year-old 200-metre individually is Yi Yang from Halberry. Second is Elijah Lamont from Yarra Plenty. And our gold medalist is Danielle Mancini from Essendon with a time of 2:27.81.
We head down now to event number 3, our girls 11 and under 100-metre freestyle. 4 quick laps. The girls are already out as they turn pretty well all together over on this side of the pool in lanes 4, 5, 6 and 7.
It was this far lane out this side. Alyssa in lane 6 here, who has started the strongest here, but as you said, not much across the pool in those 4 lanes closest to the side of the pool. Alyssa is turned in second there with Yana Lim taking that lead heading into the second half of this race, but not much between the top 4.
The entry times for these girls all sitting at 1:14. We'll see if they can head under that time. Only 11 years of age. They're doing an incredible job already. That was a great turn there from lane number 4, Yuna Lim. She seems to be ever so ahead at this point in time, but she's only got 5 metres to swim. As they head under the flags, it's between lanes 4 and 5, and it will be Yuna Lim in lane 4, 109.0, followed by Chelsea, and then third, Alyssa.
Away we go now for our time final number 2. Often racing well early on there, lane 6, Catherine Zitong Yim. Going out early over on the far side though, Grace Cox turns in first, 15.28 on that first 25.
Grace looking incredibly strong as we head down to the first 50 metres. And it will be Grace 32.83, followed by Sophia in lane 5, 33.0. She came out of the wall really strongly and seems to have an ever so slight lead across the field.
Very solid third 25 there from Lucy Olsen, who moves her way into that first place spot. But it's super close out in the lead, with Catherine starting to make a little bit of a comeback down this final 25. Under the flags, Lucy holding on ahead of Catherine. It's going to be a nice personal best swim here, 109.08 for Lucy Olsen in lane 7, ahead of Catherine, 109.51.
In the pool for heat 3 of 4 here in the 100-metre girls 11-year-old freestyle. And starting really well out here in lane 9 was Kathy Go there, but it will be the middle of the pool that will turn first here. Coming in first spot so far at the moment is, well, our scoreboard hasn't come up with first spot, so we've got second spot is Elena Wang there. In third was Sierra Margetts as we come down to the third 50-metre here.
Yeah, so the girls all had really nice starts down that first 25. Amber Liu moving her way through onto the wall at the 50-metre turn in a 32.71, which is similar to what we've seen the last 2 heats go out in, that early speed. They'll be looking to drop some more time off because we've seen some incredible personal bests already from our first 2 time finals this morning.
Yeah, Amber Liu leads heading into that final lap here, but all the action is in the middle of the pool here. Amber Liu now kicking away with a 3/4 of a body length lead as we come into touch the wall here. It will be Amber Liu who will take out this third heat in a 1:08.23. In second is Elena Wang, and third Lily Egan. Amber with the fastest time so far this morning.
Off and swimming now, we have heat number 4 of 4, sorry. It's our final heat here for our girls 11 and under.
Yeah, starting really strongly out there in lane number 2 was Ali Wang, and turns in first there. Claire Danny in lane number 4 was in second, and those who are out in front, Claire with a really strong second 25 metres here with a really fast stroke rate will come into the wall in first spot. Ali Wang in second.
It's a great battle on our hands here between the lanes 4 and 5 over in lane number 2 as well. As we come down 25 metres to swim, lane number 4, Claire Danny, really high stroke rate, but coming nice and quickly. Beside her is Neve Jeffs. It'll come down to the touch, and by 0.01 of a second, Claire Danny gets the win there, followed by Neve Jeffs, and in third place, Ali Wang.
with the bronze medal for the girls 11 and under 100 metre freestyle is Ali Wang from Melbourne. With a silver is Neve Jeffs from Yarra Plenty in a time of 1:03.19. And winning gold by the barest of margins is Claire Danny from Laverton with a 1:03.18.
In the water now we have the boys for event 4, the 11 and under 100 metre freestyle. We have 4 time finals in this event this morning.
It was a ripper start from lane 6 and lane number 4. It will be lane 6 who turns first at the 25 metre mark, Felix Dong. But there are some swimmers in lane 4 and 2 that are starting to make their way through.
It is a little bit of a spread out field here as they turn at the 50 metre mark. There's not a lot of wiggle room in 100 freestyle. It's a full-on sprint. You've really got to attack it from that first 25. And that's exactly what our lane 4 swimmer Louis Cheong has done. Out in a 34.27, he's leading the way. Making a little bit of an attack from the outside is Caleb Guhan out in lane 8. Keep an eye on him coming through well down this third 25.
Yeah, we had a couple of boys there really make their move in that third 25 as we come down to 15 metres to swim. Louis Cheong in lane 4. He was leading, but there's been a great challenge from lane number 8, Caleb. It'll come down to the touch now. And it will be Caleb 1:12.23, followed by Louis in lane 4. And then Pierce Snow over in lane number 2.
In the pool for this second heat of the 100 metre boys 11-year-old freestyle, starting very strongly in the middle of the pool there in lane 6 is William Siddles, who will turn in first, a spot ahead of Rupert Owen right next to him. And then out in lane 1, Luigi had a really good start.
Yeah, William was up and away really quickly down that first 25, and he's just starting to really extend that lead into the 50 metre turn. He's already cleared himself a body length lead, over a second in front of the other boys. So he's setting the pace. He said, come on guys, chase me.
Yeah, had a really strong turn and had further extended that lead in the middle of the pool. So we'll come down here at the turn for this final lap with a significant lead here. Turns in a 50.88 there in second. Just under 2 seconds behind him is Rupert Owen in that lane 5 there, but it is all William Siddles in this race. Well over nearly 2 body lengths of a lead here, heading in towards the wall. He will touch first in a 1:07.93 there. In second spot was Rupert Owen in a 1:11.63, and third was Mason Wiley in a 1:12.89.
We're off and racing in heat number 3 of 4 of our time finals. And you could throw a blanket across the field. These boys starting really nicely, but it will be lane 3 turning first at that 25, having the best of first 25s.
Yeah, not much between those three there, but Andy out in lane 3 had a really good turn, but also coming strong is Edward Gilbertson out here in lane number 7 here as we turn at the halfway mark. Andy's still in front there. Second is Nicholas in lane 5, and then Nathan out in lane 7.
Having a ripper swim in lane 3, Andy Zhu. He's got some great turns, which is what is getting him in front of the rest of the field. He's still ahead at the 75-metre mark. Challenging him, though, in lane number 5 is Nicholas.
Yeah, as it was a very strong turn on that far side by Andy. As you said, his turn's getting him ahead here, leading by 3/4 of a body length as we come into this final bit of this race. The pack is coming for him, but he will touch first in a 1:06.87. Nicholas in second in a 1:08.46. And then in third place was there lane number 2 in a 1:08.96.
Away in racing now for our 4th and final of our time finals this morning in the boys 11 and under 100 metre freestyle. There is absolutely nothing separating this field on entry times. We're looking for a really close race.
Coming very fast out of the blocks there is lane number 7, Lawrence Giao. He's really setting the pace in this first 50 metres as he comes down to the first 50 metre turn in a time of 30.36.
Not wasting any time on his underwaters there, straight up and into that freestyle, and he's powering through the water. He still has about a half a body length lead on the boys in lanes 5 and 6. The Surrey Park, Jacob and Ethan, they're trying to close that gap set early on as we come down into the final lap.
The gap has definitely been shut there. It is lane 5, Jacob, who is leading ever so slightly. But challenging him now in lane number 3 is Caleb, who will come down to the touch, and it is Caleb, 1:04.69, followed by Jacob at 1:05.13, and only 0.1 behind him there in third place, George Zhang. In third place with the bronze medal in Nicholas Calagris from Bayside. In third place with the bronze medal from Yarra Plenty, George Zhang. In second place, winner of the silver medal, Jacob Liu from Surrey Park. And in first place, winner of the gold medal, Caleb Smith from Nunawading.
Now in the water for the first heat of 2 in the 200 metre freestyle girls 12-year-old age group, and it's the middle lanes that started really well there. Evelyn Liang in lane 5 was one of those ones who started really well there. Touching first though will be Mackenzie Wilson in lane 4 next to her. In lane 6, Candace also had a really good start.
200 metre freestyle short course would have to be one of the tougher races, I think, to complete. You've got 7 turns that have to be executed so well, and that continuous breath hold on the underwaters, as well as the intensity of it being a 200. It's not quite one of those distance races. You can't really hold back. You have to attack it early on, and the girls are doing a really great job of that, with Cadence going out in a 31.61 in the lead, and she's holding on to that ahead of Mackenzie Wilson as we come into the 75 metre mark.
Yeah, it's those middle lanes looking really strong there. Cadence still in front there, extending her lead as we come down to the end of this first 100 metres here. Comes into the wall, will touch first there in a 1:06.68. In second is Taylor Holt in lane 3, who had a really good lap that time to close the gap and move up into second.
This third 50, probably the most important 2 laps of the 200. We do tend to call it the premiership quarter. It's where we want to see those athletes really start to make a move, and our leaders, as you can see in the pool, they're really trying to pull away. So Taylor Holt having a great third 50 here, trying to pull herself up alongside Cadence, and they've kind of shifted gears to pull away from the rest of the girls.
Yeah, Cadence able to respond late in that lap, but the gap between the two is 0.002 here, heading into that final lap. Taylor had a sensational turn, now leading as we head into this last 25 metres here. It'll be Taylor Holt who will turn in first spot after a sensational lap at that time. Turns in a 16.71 for that lap, a second and a half quicker than Cadence, and now kicked away with more than a body length lead heading into this last little bit of this race. It will be Taylor Holt with a strong back half who will touch first in a 2:16.30. In second there will be Cadence, and then in third we'll have Mackenzie Wilson.
Off and racing now. We have heat number 2 of our girls 12-year-old 200 metre freestyle. And it's a great start from lane 4, Kira Stubbings. She's put half a body length in front of the field just in that first 25 metres.
Yeah, Stubbings the favourite heading into this event, entered with a 6-second better seated time than anyone else, and she's showing exactly why here. She will turn in first spot with a 29.68. In second there is Mirella Simmons next to her, will turn in a 31.20, and then in third was out in lane 1 with Angelina in a 31.62.
Kira looking nice and relaxed as she heads down to 75 metres. A couple of these girls are backing up from their 200 IM earlier this morning quite quickly, which is a nice little backup. But at the moment, Kira, she'll turn at the 100 metre mark in a 1:03.51.
Yeah, it looked like she's pumped for a back 50 metres here, with Kira leading from start to finish. Now up in second is Mira Alla in third here, as we've got not much gap between the rest of them. Angelina out in lane 3 and in lane 0. Emily Ward in lane 4 as well, also up there as Kira turns for the final lap here. A very strong performance so far from her.
Mariella trying to challenge her as we come down to 50 metres to swim. Mariella is starting to close that gap from Kira's blistering first 150 metres. Kira just having the better of turn there, still a body length ahead of Mariella.
Yeah, Mariella was able to reduce that gap in that previous lap here, but Kira has stepped it up again here with a faster lap here. It was a 17.15 in that lap, and well and truly got that lead back out after it reduced here. Coming home strongly here is Kira Stubbins, who will come through for the win here in a 2:12.62. In second will be Miriella Simmons in a 2:15.44, and then third is Angelina Shang out in lane 0. With the bronze medal there in the girls' 12-year-old 200-metre freestyle is Taylor Holt from Melbourne. With the silver medal is Mariella Simmons from Melbourne in a 2:15.44. And with the gold, there is Kiara Stubbins from Camberwell with a 2:12.62.
Moving along now to event 6, the boys 12-year-old 200-metre freestyle. We have 3 timed finals in this event this morning in the water. Time final number 1, quick start over in lane 0. Hong Han Koo going out under that 15-second mark. Along with him was lane 6, Lucas Du.
Hong Hung really having a great first 50 metres there. He'll turn in a time of 31.48, followed by Harvey in lane 8, 32.63. We've still got 150 metres to swim. All the boys in this race putting together a nice first 100 metres.
Just looked like Hong Han had a bit of a look across the pool there. He's that far out in front, he's probably wondering if the race is actually occurring right now. What a great start to this 200-metre freestyle event. His entry time at a 2:37. He's going to go out very, very quickly here in a time of 1:06.62. So setting himself up nicely for a personal best early on.
We have seen some really strong swims and drops in time already this morning from these 12 and under swimmers. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see another big drop from lane 0 there. He is still leading by about a body length on lane 8. He's started really strong and he's starting to finish really strong as well, as he's going to come down with 50 metres only to swim with about 3 or 4 body lengths on the rest of the field.
Yeah, I really don't think these guys are going to be able to catch him. It's been an incredible 150 metres. He only has to hold on for 2 more laps, and his stroke is still looking really nice. Got that high stroke rate going, really heavy on the arms. We're not seeing a lot of kick, whereas on this final 50, a few of these other boys in particular, if you look at Eustace in lane 4, he's really brought in that white water, the big kick to try and bring it home. Doing really well out in this side of the pool is Harvey Nguyen. He's sitting in that second place spot, but I mean, this first time final, Hong Han Koo, he is absolutely smashing this.
Yeah, he's going to absolutely smash his entry time of 2:37. It's an incredible swim. He's gone from start to finish, and he will smash it in a time of 2:22.83, followed by Eustace in lane number 4, 2:26.44, followed by Harvey. Again, really dropping some time here this morning from these 12-year-olds.
In the pool for this second of 3 heats here in the 200 12-year-old boys freestyle. And it's starting strongly in lane number 6 there. Zion with the really good start, touching first in a 14.49. Out in second is Gianluca with a really good performance there. And also Dale Yang starting well.
And Gianluca had a great turn there. He went in second. He's come out in the lead, I should say, turning in a 31.25. A little bit more controlled on the first 50 from this second heat. The race quite a bit closer. We're not seeing anyone really take it out crazy fast early on. So they'll be looking to build through this 200 and hopefully they'll finish very strong.
Yeah, Gianluca still in front there with another nice turn there. Zai Yang in second. Third is Aaron Liu out in lane number 0 and starting to come into the equation here. Gianluca still in front as we come down to the 100-metre mark here, but not much between this group. Gianluca still in front here as we are now coming down for the second half of this race, but not being able to break out the lead, as you were saying still before, pretty paced in this one, not someone going out and having a strong really first 100 metres.
He's done really well to maintain those underwaters, gets a good streamline off the wall, and you can just see him increase the lead throughout that period of the race. So every time he's coming off the wall, getting that nice push off, regaining the lead, and the boys are trying to work their way through the swim element to catch him.
Yeah, he will touch now as we come down to the last 50 metres in a 1:0:46:05. Out in second now is Gary Wang in lane number 9. Had a really good 125 to 150 metre there to come up into second. And still coming over the top here, I think it could be Gary Wang who will touch in first spot here as we come. Sorry, he will be second. Gianluca still in front here, but not much between them.
We are seeing Gary, he's having the fastest splits each 25 in the field, and he's really maintained that pace and pushed his way into the lead down this final 25. Super strong finish from out in lane 9. It will be Gary Wang, 2:21.87, followed in by Gianluca, 2:23.05, and touching in third, So Yuan in 2:24.55, the boys in that second timed final this morning.
In the water away in swimming is our third and final heat of our boys 12-year-old 200-metre freestyle. An ever so slight lead in this first 25 will be lane 4, Isaac Kelly.
Yeah, Isaac coming in with the fastest seated time here. Tommy Zao was in second spot at that turn, but Isaac with a little bit of extending his lead in this second lap here. He will come down and turn in first with a 29.98, nearly a second ahead of Tommy there.
He's coming out of those walls really quickly, just a couple of quick kicks up and swimming nice and fast, and that's working for him as he puts about a body length ahead of the field.
Yeah, and some nice turns there to further extend that lead. Well and truly in control of this race. The battle for second is well and truly on either side of him, with Johan and Raymond both taking it up a level in that lap here. It will be Isaac Kelly in first. In second is still Tommy, and then in third is Johan.
Isaac stroking nice and fast. You can see he's still really strong with his stroke rate, trying to challenge him in lane 3, Johan in. But it is still Isaac Kelly in lane 4, leading a body length ahead as we come down to 150 metres with 50 metres to swim. He'll turn in a 1:39.29, 2 seconds ahead of Johan in. Can Johan catch him in this last 50 metres?
Yeah, Johan's broken away from the rest of the pack there, but still well and truly behind Isaac Kelly here. Callum Wilson had a really good lap there to come up into third spot, but it is all Isaac Kelly leading as we come into this final lap here. Johan, though, is making his move. He's coming up on a little bit there after a really good turn, but Isaac Kelly will do enough here to come out and win this heat in a 2:13.96. Second was Johan in second in a 2:15.45, and then third was Callum Wilson in a 2:20.02.
Our medalist for our boys 12-year-old 200 freestyle. In third place, Callum Wilson from Caulfield with a time of 2:20.02. In second place, Johan in from Yarra Plenty in a time of 2:15.45. And winner of the gold medal, Isaac Kelly from Essendon in a time of 2:13.96.
Away we go now with event 7, the girls 11 and under 50 metre butterfly. Be prepared for some very quick swims, these short course 50s. If you blink, you'll miss it. The girls out very well early on from heat 1 of 6. Rika Zhang in lane 4, turning there in a 15.51.
A blistering first 25 there from Rika Zhang, and a beautiful underwater. So important in a 50-metre butterfly. As you can see, she is swimming extremely strongly. She'll touch the wall in a time of 33.24, an incredible drop from her 39-second entry time. And I'm very excited.
We do enjoy a big celebration for a great personal best there. 6 seconds in a 50. Wow.
Now in heat 2 of 6 here in the 50 butterfly. 11-year-old girls here, and starting really well out there in lane number 3 is Sierra Margits with a strong performance so far here. Turning at the halfway mark there is Miet Seo in first though.
Yeah, watch those underwaters. Miet Zhao in lane 3 had a great one, as did Sophia Lonsdale over in lane 0. She's right up there with Miet as they come down now under the flags. Strong turn, and she's held on down this second 25, timing onto the wall. It will be Sophia Lonsdale who gets her hands on there just in front, 36.59 ahead of 36.71.
Off and swimming now in heat number 3. Staying under the water longest there was lane number 2. She'll be half a body length ahead of the field as she comes down to the first 25.
Yeah, a very strong start there, and will turn in first spot there in 16.37. Next to her, Joanne out in lane 1 also had a strong start there, but it is Paul Xiong in this race, probably nearly 3/4 of a body length ahead here. Will look to finish strongly and will come away with the win in this heat in a 34.95. Here in second was Olivia Pereira in a 36.97.
We have an infraction report for event number 6, heat 1, lane 0. The swimmer initiated a start before the signal. That is event number 6, heat 1, lane 0.
Heat number 4 in the water now. A couple of girls really nice and close there. We've got lanes number 4, 3 and 5, 4, 2 and 5. But it is lane number 4, Misha. She started really strongly from start to finish. She comes down to the wall and she will touch first in a time of 35.53, followed by Lily in lane 8 and Ruby in lane 0.
in with this fifth heat of the 50-metre butterfly for the 11 and unders, and seen several of these girls who we've already seen this morning back in the pool here, starting really well out in lane number 6. There is Claire Danny, who had a sensational swim earlier and already won a gold medal. She's out with a very strong lead here. Grace Cox in second at that turn, and Cheyenne Ma in third spot, but it is all Claire Danny in this one who will come in to touch on the wall in a 33.29 here, would be second fastest time so far. So that first heat was really quick considering the heats we've seen following that one.
Away they go with time final 6 of 6. I saw the girls having a quick look at the time set in the previous heats. They know what needs to be done here. Ali Wang in lane 4. She was up and away very fast in this first 25. Going out well with her is Zia Lee over in lane 2. They are a clear distance ahead of the rest of the field here. Ali just powering down this second 25, starting to pull away, and it's going to be all about timing that finish onto the wall. What a beautiful swim there. 31.03 for Ali Wang. Following her was Jia in 31.70, and third place Lexi Tao 33.43, meaning we might have just snuck in a medalist from Heat 1, which is great effort. Announcing our medalists for the girls 11 and under 50-metre butterfly. In third place, Raika Zhang in a 33.24. Winner of the silver medal in a time of 31.70 from Surrey Park, Jia Li. And the winner of the gold medal in a time of 31.03 from Melbourne Swimming Club, Ali Wang.
In the water now, we have event number 8, our boys 11 and under 50-metre butterfly. And it's so incredible to see a couple of 9-year-olds up and racing these 10 and 11-year-olds. Lane number 1 taking it out really strongly, William Siddles. He'll turn first by about a second and a half. And he's doing what we saw in the first heat of our 11 and under girls, which is absolutely incredible to see. He comes under the flags, a body length ahead of the rest of the field, battling it out in lanes 5 and 6, Michael and Noah, but it is William 35.41, followed by Michael 38.49, and touching third there, Noah Morgan.
Now, heat 2 of this 50-metre butterfly, boys 11-year-old, and we've got kids as young as 7 in this race with Aaron G there in lane 7. But coming out strongly to start this race is Michael Young in lane 9. He will touch first ahead of Shajan in lane 8. So the action early is on this side of the pool. But looking strong also is the other side there. Shang and Ethan out in lane 0 and 1, also having some good performances here, but looks like it's going to be fought out this side of the pool with lane 8 and 9 in front there. It is Shajan who takes the win in a 38.05. Michael Haying in a 38.58.
Boys in the water now for heat 3. Nice start out in lane 7 from Benjamin Lai. Getting away quick early on. Coming up alongside him is Luke in lane 6. And on the far side of the pool, very close between lanes 0 and 1, Lachlan and Austin. Not a lot separating those guys down the first 25, with Lachlan coming away on that underwater and just pulling himself out into the lead, with Luke trying to bring himself back in. It's going to be close on to the finish. Timing is everything in these 50s, and it will be Lachlan Croxford 36.25 ahead of Austin Yuan in 36.50 from heat 3.
Heat number 4 in the water now. Lane number 2 from Surrey Park, Lawrence Poo, having a great start in a 50 metre. It is the start and the turn that is absolutely vital. Challenging Lawrence over in lane 0. But it is Lawrence at the moment, as in lane 4, Pierce Snow starts to come through as we head down to the touch. And it will be Pierce Snow 37.27, followed by Lawrence 37.63.
Heat number 5 out of 7 in the 50 butterfly for the 11-year-old boys here, and a very good start across the pool here. Stefan in lane 8, probably leading the race here as we come down to the first turn here. And it is Stefan in lane 8 who will turn first in a 16.12. In second was Cooper Johnston in lane 5 in a 16.53 here. And also Arlo Moore is the other one who is up there. And Arlo had a really good turn here. It is still Stefan in lane 8 who is leading the way here. We come down to the touch, and he'll touch in a 36.07. In second is Cooper Johnston, and then over in lane number 0, Andrew Trin is third.
We have an infraction report for event number 7, heat 6, lane 8. The swimmer initiated a start before the signal. That was event 7, heat 6, lane 8. As the boys in heat 6 turn, there was Caleb Smith in lane 5, out nice and strong early, 15.58, and he's maintaining that lead ahead of Oliver Mesher in lane 6. As we come down under the flags, Oliver just trying to close but not quite going to get there. It will be Caleb, 33.45, ahead of Oliver, 34.13, and then Wei Deo in lane 2 picks up the third there from heat 6 of 7.
We head down now to our timed final for our boys, 11 and under, 50-metre butterfly, and all the action in the middle of the pool. Lanes 4, 5 and 6. We have a nice little battle here between lane 4 and 5, George Zhang and Jacob Liu. Jacob just having a slight lead. As we come under the touch, it's going to be who can get the best finish here, and it will be George Zhang, 32.08, followed by Leonardo, 32.10, and in third there, 32.24, Jacob Liu.
Announcing our medalists for the boys, 11 and under, 50 metres butterfly. Winner of the bronze medal from Surrey Park in a time of 32.24, Jacob Liu. Winner of the silver medal from Laverton in a time of 32.10, Leonardo Hernandez. And winner of the gold medal from Yarra Plenty in a time of 32.08, George Zhang.
Now we have got the 100-metre butterfly for the 12-year-old girls here. We have got 3 heats, and it was a strong start across the pool for 4 of the 5 there. Not much between them, but coming up to the first turn will be Meredith Marcel in first in a 15.95. Then Charlotte Grover, who was in the first race of the morning with a 16.63 in second.
Meredith in lane 4 had a really great turn off that wall. She stayed underwater for a good 10 metres. Let's see if she can do it again at this 50 metre. She turns in a 35.32, followed by lane 3, Zoe Joff, 38.25. She's a good 3 seconds ahead of the field at this point in time.
Yeah, Meredith was a second and a half quicker than anyone else in that second lap there. Now coming up, she's extended that lead as we come into the turn here for the final lap, leading with a 57.25, nearly 3 seconds ahead of Zoe Joffs in 1 minute 24, and then Charlotte Grover in third spot.
Charlotte Grover out in lane 2, just trying ever so slightly to stick with Zoe Joff, who's put on a bit of afterburners in this last 25, but it will be Meredith Marcello 120.84, followed by Zoe Joff 123.2, and touching third in that first time final is Charlotte Grover. We're off and racing in heat number 2 of 3. And having a great start out in lane number 9, Emma Needon. She will turn first that first 25, but the girls are not far behind her at this point in time.
I really love it when these junior athletes are starting to really attack that first 25. 100-metre butterfly, when you are only 12 years old, can be quite a long distance to complete, but they are certainly not holding back. There is a really good second 25 there on the other side of the pool from Lola Lee. She's moved herself into that first place spot, turning in a 34.53, and it's really the outside lanes who have got the lead early on.
Yeah, we've seen in these earlier heats throughout the morning that the outside lanes are really giving it a red hot crack in the first sort of 25, 50, 75 metres and trying to hold on, and a lot of the time they are, which you can see out in lane number 0, Lola Lee. She's leading by half a body length as we come down to the last 5 metres. Girls trying to challenge next to her. You can see who has the better of the touches. It will be Lola, 116.65. She did hold on there, followed by Ali Chung, 116.97, and Yushin Guo in lane number 4.
We have now got heat 3 of 3 in the 100-metre butterfly here, and starting very strongly in there in lane number 4 is Zoe Clemenson, who's already won 1 gold medal this morning. She turns first in a 13.45.
Yeah, it was a really great first 25 metres there, and already she's asserted her dominance early on in this 100 metres butterfly. A clear lead coming into that 50-metre turn. Looking very powerful in her stroke. She's got that nice rhythm going. Butterfly is so much about maintaining that rhythm, particularly down this third 25. It is a very close battle as we look to our second and third. Mariella sitting just ahead of Victoria Jeremian in lane 6 as they come down to that final turn.
Yeah, Clemenson well and truly in front here and will claim the second gold medal. But as you said, the battle for second well and truly on. Mariella Simmons in second, Victoria German in third. They're not much between them as we see Clemenson touch first in a 1:04.32 here, which was about her seated time. Coming in second spot will be Mariella Simmons, and third will be Victoria German in an 1:11.89. With the bronze medal in the girls' 12-year-old 100-metre butterfly, Victoria German with from Melton with a time of 1:11.89. In second is Mariella Simmons from Melbourne with a 1:11.11. And the gold medal, Zoe Clemenson from Melbourne with a 1:04.32.
In the water now, event number 10, our boys 12-year-old 100-metre butterfly. It was an absolute flying start there from lane number 5, Pilar.
Yeah, touches first there in a 14.82. Second and a half quicker than Lewis on that first lap, and that turn has further extended his lead out to a body and a half as we head halfway down through this second lap.
For only 12 years of age, Pilar has a beautiful butterfly stroke there. You can see his hips are nice and high. He looks relaxed as he turns in a time of 33.34, followed by Louis Kao out in lane number 2, 36.35.
Yeah, came in with a time of 1:24.83. Looks like he will absolutely smash that as he's well and truly ahead, more than 2 body lengths here as he comes into the wall for this final turn. He turns now, looking to come in second place. Over there in lane number 2 is Lewis, and then in third is Ingo with a really good third 25 metres there.
Pilar coming down under the flags. He will very easily win this first heat in a time of 1:12.66, smashing his entry time of 1:24.83. Whole 12 seconds over 100-metre butterfly is not too shabby. In lane 2 there, touching second, 1:18.97 Louis, and in third, in 1:22.61.
Away and racing now with heat 2, and it was the swimmer in lane 4, Aaron Liu. Great underwater there, really broke out well ahead as we come down into that first turn, and he'll lead us around. Not a lot separating the rest of the field there, very, very tight down that first 25.
We've definitely seen the swimmers who have the stronger underwaters, especially in this butterfly race, seem to be the ones leading early on. You can see that in lane 4 from Aaron. He'll turn in a 34.03, followed by Pierce Wells 35.87, as the boys start to try and challenge Aaron, who is a whole body length ahead of them.
Yeah, Pierce Wells in lane 6 is looking really good down this third 25. He's certainly closed that gap, and he's shifted himself into a clear second by the looks of it onto the turn. And the battle for third goes on with lane 0 really doing well down that third 25 also.
I think Aaron is just that little bit too far ahead. Pierce is trying ever so hard to try and catch Aaron, but he's absolutely blistered this 100-metre butterfly, 1:15.88, followed by Bowen out in lane 0, 1:16.5, and then Pierce 1:17.82.
In the third and final timed heat here for the 100 butterfly in the 12-year-old boys. He's starting really well. In lane number 6 is Elijah Lamont, who's already got a silver medal earlier this morning in the 200 IM, and Elijah turns in first. In second is Jason Wang, and third Ye Yang, who won a bronze in that 200 IM as well.
Yeah, Elijah looking good early on. I know he loves that distance butterfly. He's really keen on some 200 flies, so we'll expect him to do really well in this second 50. I'm enjoying the skills from lane 2 over on the far side there. Jason Wang had some really good underwaters, particularly off the start. Probably stayed under the longest of anyone. And now we're just starting to see Daniel in lane 4 come through. He's upped that stroke rate in this third 25.
Yeah, the fastest C coming in is Daniel, who's already won that gold earlier in that 200 IM, and he took the lead in that third 50 ahead of Elijah. So it was 1 and 2 earlier on tonight here, and they're going to go 1 and 2 here. Which way it will go? It will be Danielle Mancini win in a 1:08.83, Elijah Lamont in a 1:09.40, and then third was Jason Wang in a 1:10.55. The bronze medalist in the boys' 12-year-old 100-metre butterfly is Jason Wang from DVE with a time of 1:10.55. Second is Elijah Lamont from Yarra Plenty, winning silver in a 1:09.40. And with gold is Danielle Mancini from Essendon with a 1:08.93.
In the water, event number 11 for our girls, 11 and under, 100-metre breaststroke. We've got just 2 swimmers in the pool for this heat, lanes 4 and 5. Very well neck and neck at this point in time.
Yeah, it is, with Gabriella Elise touching in front of Joanne, and the two come in with a seeded time difference of 0.1. So if the seeded time's anything to go by, we're going to have a really good race here.
100-metre breaststroke, short course. You've got 3 turns. Tends to be a little harder on the lungs. You've got to stay underwater to do those split strokes. So at just 11 years old, this might feel a bit further than as they turn down 44.45 there for Elise. She's just a body header length of Joanna.
Yeah, extended her lead a little bit on that turn now, coming out to 3/4 of body length. But Joanne sticking with her in the back half of this 25 metres here. There isn't much between them, but Gabriella Elise is still in front there.
Gabriella Elise will turn with about a body length ahead of Joanna as they head down to this last 25 metres. They've only got 15 metres left to swim. It's been a great swim from Gabriella Elise in lane 4.
Yeah, we'll come in and beat her seeded time here as she comes underneath the flags here. Joanna finishing strongly here, but Gabriella Elise going to finish in a 1:35.25 with Joanna in second spot there.
Heat number 2, often swimming now. And it really is even across the field in this first 25. Lane number 6, Annabelle Zhang, and lane number 8, Kaylin Yang. As we come down to the first turn, and it is Annabelle leading, followed by Madeline in lane 1.
I'm really liking the length on Madeline's stroke here. She gets that long glide, really drives out the front, and looks still relaxed with 50 metres left to swim.
It will be Madeline turning first, 44.23, only 0.1 behind her, Annabelle Zhang, who's opting for a bit of a higher stroke weight, shorter stroke, so these two are neck and neck and have completely different strokes when it comes to their choice and what works best for them.
Breaststroke seems to be the event that we do tend to see a lot of differences in style, particularly based on what the strength the athlete has, so whether they're stronger through their pull or their kick. And we're just starting to see those middle lanes have approached this race slightly different. They went out a little bit easier and they're starting to move their way through down this final 25. But Madeline Clark and Annabelle Zhang might have done it too much early on to be caught.
They come down to the wall and it will be Madeline 134.02 followed by Annabelle 134.6, and in third for that heat was Adela Wren 136.14.
Could we please start to have our backstroke ledge volunteers down onto pool deck, please? Our backstroke ledge volunteers. Thank you.
Heat of 3 or 5 here in the 100-metre breaststroke for the 11-year-old girls here, and it was a fairly even start across the pool here. Lane 9, Mia, is probably leading them early in this first lap, having kicked away in the back half of this lap. She will touch first in a 19.44 ahead of Mia Han in lane 5 in a 20.28.
Yeah, it was a really great start from Mia in lane 9, but Miller looked very strong down the second half of that first lap, and the other girls starting to still stay in this race. We'll see what goes on in this second 50. We can have a lot of changes in our breaststroke, particularly when we start to see these athletes maybe tire a little bit. Who can hold on to those underwaters and make the most of it?
Yeah, it was Mia still touching in first spot at the 50-metre mark there, nearly a second ahead of Miller in the middle of the pool there. So Mia so far, every attack that's come at her, been able to hold strong, has a nice long stroke here, and will come into touch in front in a 107.63 as we head into the final lap.
So Mia leading, she's just ahead of her teammate Ava Chiwai over in lane 1, who's really doing well down this final 25. She's upped her stroke rate, she's sitting nice and high in the water, and she's trying to catch up to Mia, who got that really early lead. I don't think it's quite going to be enough as the girls come down under the flags. It will be Mia in lane 9. Oh, my mistake. I've called it too early. Ava Chiwai, great touch onto the wall. 132.54 ahead of Mia, 132.60, and Miller in third, 133.96.
Heat number 4, often racing and having the best of starts in lane number 8. But in the middle of the pool as well, it is 4 or 5 swimmers at this point in time.
And it was Chelsea O out in lane number 0 who did touch first there, but as you said, not much between most of these swimmers, with both swimmers on both ends looking really strong there. Lily Egan in lane 2 has also had a really good first 50 metres of this race, as it's still fairly even across the pool here as we come in for that touch at the halfway mark. Chelsea O still in front, Unilim now in second, and then in third spot is Alyssa.
Yeah, we've got 5 girls up together, so we'll see which one of them decide to make a bit of a move in this third 25, and it looks to be lane number 3, Yuna Lim. She has decided, I'm going to go for it here, I'm going to take the lead. She turns first. but the other girls are not letting her go away too quickly.
Yeah, nearly half a second in front at that last turn, and the others are sticking with her. Alyssa's coming up, and also out in lane number 9, and Melissa Yang having a good back half here. It is Una that is still in front here. She will touch in first in a 1:29.85. Alyssa in second in a 1:30.88, and then Melissa Yang in lane number 9 in third with a 1:31.53.
Our 5th and final heat in the pool now. Great start in lane 5. Catherine Zitong Yim. She's away very well down this first 25.
Catherine looking really strong in that first 25. She's got a really strong long stroke as she comes up a body length ahead. But in lane number 9, Leona Zhu having a ripper first 50 as well. These girls trying to catch Catherine, who has made a bit of a point in that first 50 metres.
A very exciting first 50 out in lane 9, and the girls in the middle of the pool, they're going to be racing one another. They probably can't see what's going on in these outside lanes, so Leona just sneaking out in that second place spot at the 50 metre turn behind Catherine, and it was Chanuli in lane 4 in third. Chanuli coming up alongside Catherine here as we go into that final 25.
Yeah, Chanuli really took off that wall at the 50 metres, knowing she knew how to race her race even just at 11 years old. It'll be a battle between these two Nunawading girls, Chanuli and Catherine. It'll be who can get a whole stroke onto the wall. And it will be Catherine 1:22.82, followed by Chanuli 1:23.17, and touching third there was Neve Jeffs in a time of 1:25.54. Our medalists for our girls, 11 and under, 100 metre breaststroke. In the bronze medal, Neve Jeffs from Yarra Plenty in a time of 1:25.54. In second place, winner of the silver medal, we have Chanuli Manasingh, 1:23.17 from Nunawading. And in first place, winner of the gold medal, Catherine Zintong Yim from Nunawading, 1:22.82.
We now have the boys 11-year-old 100 metre breaststroke. We've got 4 heats here, and the start of this first one was a fairly even one there. Lake Privatelli probably leading early on here in lane number 6, moving out to half a body length as he comes down to touch the wall for the first time.
Yeah, you're just noticing that lane 6 staying under the water that little bit longer, getting the advantage off the skills. He did a really great job on the split stroke off the dive and maintained it through that first turn, and that's really been advantageous for him.
Yeah, he will touch halfway through this race. Still in front there in 42.87. In second is Ethan Liu in a 44.87, and then third is Dylan there in lane number 5 with a 45.74. But it is Lake who is extending his lead here in this back half, having led from start to finish so far.
This is shaping up to be a fantastic swim out of that first timed final for the boys. As we come down to the final 25, and Luck still out in the lead. Good swim over in lane 0 from Enzo Benitez. He's pushed his way through that field, sitting in second place. And there's a great challenge occurring for that silver spot in this heat between Enzo and Yao Cheng, but it is all like in lane 6, 1:31.92 to take out heat 1.
In the water, we have heat number 2 of event number 12, our boys 11 and under 100 metre breaststroke. And we've had some great starts from a few swimmers, and it looks to be lane number 9 who is leading along with lane number 5. We'll see who touches first.
Yeah, not much between them, and it is Alfred in lane number 5 who did touch first ahead of James Byrne in lane number 9. Both of them still strongly out there. Seems like that Alfred, though, has got a little bit of a kick away after that turn to take a bit of a lead into this second turn here. So it is Alfred Z in the middle of the pool here in lane number 5 who will touch first at the 50 metre with a 45.39. Second now is a Caleb G. Hung in lane number 3, and Alexander Turner now in third spot.
We have seen in previous heats that a couple of our younger swimmers going out really hard and trying to hold on, but the swimmers sitting back, building through, but it looks to be Alfred Z in lane 5. He has gone out too strong for the rest of the field. He's still looking really fast, really comfortable, and he's having some really great split strokes as he has a little bit of a cheeky look to make sure that he is still ahead of the field with 10 metres left to swim.
Yeah, he will go on to win this one, but looking that race for second is heating up on either side of him here, but will be Caleb, who has been strong since the start of this race, Alfred, start this race touching a 1:34.09. In second is Caleb in a 1:37.32. And Barambas in 7th spot there will finish in third in a 1:37.90.
And away we go now with heat 3. Nice start from Liam O'Connor in lane 4.
As we come down to the 25 metre lane number 2, Bruce Zhang had a good first 25 metres. But a really great split stroke and turn there from lane number 4. He caught up to Bruce a little bit, who touched further ahead. So Bruce really swimming fast on top of that water. But lane number 4, Liam, they're capitalising on his turns and his strength. So we'll see how the rest of this race plays out as Bruce turns 43.35, followed by Liam 44.91.
100% Sean. You can see Bruce in his stroke. He's really attacking and he's got that higher stroke rate, sitting up really well in the water. Liam, on the other hand, he's a little bit more controlled, utilising the length and those skills. So it's a race of that speed on top versus the speed underneath as we come down to this final 25.
And we'll see if Bruce has put enough length on Liam and Mason. As we come down, we've got 10 metres left to swim. He's really started to pick up his stroke rate, Bruce. He's had a high stroke rate the whole entire race, and that's what's worked for him. As he comes down to the touch, it will be Bruce in a time of 1:33.04, followed by Liam 1:34.29, and touching third for our third heat, 1:36.95, Mason Wang.
We've got the fourth of 4 timed final heats here in the 100-metre breaststroke. 11-year-old boys here, and starting well in the middle of the pool in lane 4 is Austin, but not getting very far ahead there. With next to him is George Zeng, who has also started well.
Yeah, we're really starting to see a lot of these athletes coming back for either their second or third races of the morning. So that ability to back up is certainly going to come into play as we go through today's session. Austin really starting to make a bit of a move here down this second 25 to secure the lead at the 50-metre mark. He'll go out in a 38.12 ahead of George Zeng, 40.02, and Andy's out in 6th, sitting in 3rd.
Yeah, Austin had a really good turn there, stayed under the water for a while, and now has a very long stroke here. He's been able to extend his lead on that turn, so he's well and truly in front, but the battle for 2nd and 3rd between George and Andy is well and truly on here, as Austin turns in first in a 59.80. Second is George in a 101.98, and then Andy in a 102.61.
So now with less than 10 metres to swim for Austin Yuan in lane 4. This is a pretty dominant performance as he comes down to touch the time there, 120.81. That is a new Metro short course record, taking over a second off the previous time of 121.95. And finishing in second there, George Zeng, followed by Andy Zhao.
In the boys 11 and under 100-metre breaststroke, our bronze medalist is Andy Zhu from Caulfield in a 124.19. In the silver position is George Zeng from Yarra Plenty in a 124.03. And then with the gold medal is Austin Yan from Ivanhoe in a 120.81 in a new Metro short course record.
In the pool now, event number 13, our girls 12-year-old 200-metre backstroke. Definitely one of the tougher races on the program, especially short course. There's lots of turns, lots of underwaters, and these 12-year-old girls will be practicing what they've done in training. Out in lane number 7, Claire Zhang leading ever so slightly on Erin Sun in lane number 4 in this first 50 metres.
Yeah, Erin Zhang had a really good turn from that first to second lap here to close the gap on Claire Zhang. Claire able to still lead at that turn, but not much between them. She seems to have the stronger stroke, but Erin with the stronger turn.
Yeah, there'll be a few different tactics to play in this 200-metre backstroke. You'll see some athletes trying to capitalise on their natural speed. They'll go out a bit harder. Some other athletes know that they're better coming home, so you will see them move in the third and fourth 50. We always say in 200s that third 50 is that golden 50. It's where you make your move, which is where we're about to head down to 100 metres, and it will be Claire Zhang leading only by 0.3 of a second as these girls try to make their move in this third 50.
Yeah, the two in front there did trade the lead in that last lap there. Claire Zhang looked like she was getting a bit of an advantage here, but is right on the lane rope, which has slowed her down a little bit here, but will turn in front here at the 125 metre mark. She's leading in a 136.54. Erin Sun in a 137.20.
And you can see Claire has a really nice backstroke stroke. In a backstroke, you want to see head staying still, rotating around that body, hips sitting nice and high, which is exactly what she's doing with 50 metres left to swim. She's made a bit of a move in that third 50, 157.01, and I'm sure these girls are hoping to get their hand on the wall first with only 35 metres left to swim.
Yeah, Claire was 50 seconds, was half a second quicker in that lap there, and this one again was able to further extend her lead on the pack. But Erin Sun coming home strong here, is now only just under a second behind her, but Claire Zhang with a very strong finish to this 200 metre backstroke here. She will go in and touch the wall first in a 2:37.06. In second is Erin Sun in a 2:39.63, and third Jiang Dan in a 2:40.33.
So our second and last of our time finals in the 200 metre backstroke for 12-year-olds. And we've had a bit of a breakdown of what we're looking for within the race, that nice still head and good rotation, as well as a bit of a race plan. During that little gap there, we were just having a chat about the importance of not overdoing it early on in this 200 backstroke. Now, Sian, I know you've swum one or two of these in your career. Just talk us through kind of that strategy. Why do we want to hold back a little bit more in the backstroke compared to, say, a 200 freestyle?
Yeah, I have swum one or two over my career. Thanks, Kalia. No, you want some easy speed at the start. I personally think that a 200 backstroke is one of the hardest events. You don't want to lose your legs too early. You want to actually save a little bit of the tank. So we do talk about that easy speed in that first 50, building through that second 50. I always knew that my strength was the back end of my races. So that third 50 was my vital 50 to capitalise on my strengths. That may be different for other swimmers, but we do know that 200s, especially in backstroke, breaststroke, butterfly, maybe a little bit less in freestyle, but that third 50 is where the race is really won.
Now, something I always enjoy about backstroke, I think it's one of those races where the easier you look, the faster you move, and we're certainly seeing that from Kira Stubbings here. She has looked so relaxed through this first 100 and already has that nice clear lead, and you can just watch her technique here. She's not overrating, she's not overdoing it, she's getting a nice good catch on the water and just pushing her way through and keeping it looking almost chill.
Yeah, she's definitely holding a lot of water. For those who don't really understand swimming, that is a bit of a word we use, holding the water. She's really pulling as much water as she can through, and she's looking really comfortable at the moment. She's just ever so slightly lifted her stroke rate as she heads to the final 25. This has been a really beautiful 200 metre backstroke. She definitely knows what she's doing. She's only 12 years of age, and it's really great to see. That's, a bit of the future of swimming.
Now, definitely keep an eye on the time, because I can see that record on the board there sitting at a 2:31, and Kira is going to absolutely smash that onto the wall, taking the win here in a 2:24.06. What a fantastic 200 metre backstroke, almost textbook from her. coming in second there, Amelie Dior, 2:31.06. She also goes under that record, so great swim from her, with Charlotte Ford finishing off there in third. Announcing our medalists for the girls' 12-year-old 200-metre backstroke. Winner of the bronze medal in a time of 2:33.17 from Yarra Plenty, Charlotte Ford. Winner of the silver medal in a time of 2:31.06 from Propulsion, Amelie Dior-Velikovsky. And the winner of the gold medal in a time of 2:24.06 from Camberwell, Kira Stubbings.
We are now into the boys' 12-year-old 200-metre backstroke. We have got 2 heats here, and in this first heat, we have got just the 3 boys in the pool. Starting really well is Sanduka in the middle there, has gone out extremely fast. Will turn first in a 17.80 with a 2-second lead already over Nicholas Wang after 25 metres.
Yeah, absolutely no holding back here from lane 4. Very high stroke rate early on. Obviously has a bit of trust in his training that he's going to be able to maintain that. We still have 6 laps left to go. He'll turn at the 50-metre mark in a 36.28. Nicholas in second, 40.01, and Harrison sitting in third. We do still have a fair bit of this race to go, so we don't want to make any judgments. There's still plenty of time for these boys to catch up and start to shift through that field.
Yeah, leading by nearly 4 seconds after the first 50 metres there. Sanduka looking very strong there, but I think his stroke rate has slowed down a little bit there, and his lead is stayed very similar on that third lap.
Yeah, you can certainly see that change in the stroke rate. So that is the speed in which his arms are turning over. He looks a lot more relaxed now. So maybe he was just getting a little bit of nerves out early on as he's sitting comfortably. He's still in the lead, 1:19.80 onto that turn. Nicholas only 3 seconds behind now, 1:22.97, and Harrison 1:27.01 at the halfway mark.
Yeah, seeing Nicholas, his stroke rate looks a little bit quicker than Sandukas and was able to take 0.4 of a second off in that last 25 metres there. And Deseen Sanduka's lap there, 2 seconds slower than the previous lap, so both of these guys have slowed down a little bit. See Sanduka still there in front ahead of Nicholas, but Nicholas has definitely closed that gap with Sanduka's stroke rate slowing even more there. Looked like he was going to miss the turn and miss the wall there, so Nicholas an opportunity to even reduce that gap a little bit further.
Yeah, definitely some tricky skills. Our juniors, we do a lot of work on those turns. And if you're wondering how these athletes, while they're on their back, they know where the wall is, that's why we have those 5-metre flags. And they'll be practicing back at training. You'll count your strokes from the flags into the wall to know where you are in the lap. As you tire, that can change a little bit sometimes. If your rate's different, that stroke count might not quite be the same as when you had the higher stroke rate. So you do have to be careful of that as they come down into the finish now. Final 5 metres, Sanduka has led from start to the end in a 2:49.12. Nicholas finishing up in second, 2:53.06, and it will be Harrison into the wall third, 2:57.04 from that heat one.
We now have heat number 2 of the boys 12-year-old 200 backstroke away and swimming in the middle of the pool there. You can see the boys up and stroking fast in this first 25 metres, seeing if they can get the lead. It will be lane number 4, Elijah Lamont, who turns first. He's got that bit of a higher, stronger, more aggressive stroke rate at this point in time compared to the other two. We'll see if he settles into it.
Yeah, the three in the middle of the pool there, Elijah, Danielle and Yi, have battled it out this morning in their third race. Danielle with 2 gold medals, Elijah with 2 silver medals. He's in front with this one. Yi also has a bronze medal from earlier on and sitting in second spot, and it's those 3 middle lanes again here. But Elijah Lamont really kicking away in that one. A body length ahead here, heading into the 75-metre mark here.
As Tara just mentioned, it's absolutely great to see these 12-year-olds in multiple different races, multiple different strokes. It's, you know, we don't want to see these 12-year-olds specialising too much as of yet. They've got a long career. So to actually see these 3 boys up in multiple races as Elijah turns first at the 100-metre mark, 1:11.35.
Yeah, Danielle in second there, and then in third is Yi Yang as we come down in this lap here. The 3 in the middle of the pool are in control, and it is going to be Elijah Lamont turn in first spot at the 125-minute mark. 25-metre mark in 1:30.53 there. In second is Danielle in a 1:32.84, so there's more than 2 seconds between first and second there. But Danielle keeping in touch as we head into the 150-metre mark.
Elijah did start quite strong. We did say that he had a bit of a high stroke rate to start off with, a little bit more aggressive in that first 50, so he's raced his race. We'll see if he can hold on. Daniel trying really hard to come up onto his hip in this last 25 metres, but Elijah has had an absolute ripper 200-metre backstroke. He's kept that high stroke rate. He hasn't fallen apart, and it's really working from him as we go down to underneath the flags. It will be Elijah Lamont touching first there, 2:28.13, followed by Daniel Mancini, 2:29.74, and a battle for third here. It will be Yi Yang in lane number 3, 2:33.23. Our medalist for our boys, 12-year-old 200-metre backstroke, winner of our bronze medal, Yi Yang from Haileybury, 2:33.23. And in second place, winner of our silver medal, Daniel Mancini from Essendon in a time of 2:29.74. And in first place, winner of our gold medal, Elijah Lamont from Yarra Plenty in a time of 2:28.13.
Back to our 50-metre sprints now. It's event 15, the girls 11 and under 50-metre backstroke. We have 6 timed finals in this event this morning. Nice start in lane 2 from CU Cow. And as they go around onto that turn, she's going to lead us through in an 18.49. Sitting in second, Joanne Huang in lane 4, but it was a fantastic turn and underwater there from lane 2 as we come down this second 25 under the flags. As we say in these sprints, it's all about timing that finish onto the wall, and she'll get there 37.73. CU takes out first ahead of Joanne at 38.31.
Off and racing now, we have heat number 2. And opting to stay a little bit underwater there was lane number 4, but out nice and fast is lane number 2, Kit Izzard. In lane 9 as well, Catherine having a great first 25. The girls won't be able to see her out in lane 9. She's up, stroking really fast. She will come down to the wall first in a time of 36.02, not too shabby, followed by lane number 6, Evelyn, 38.35, and then in third for that heat was Shihan Ma.
Underway in heat 3 of 6 here in the 50-metre backstroke 11-year-old girls. It was fairly even start across the pool there. Lane number 3, Sophia Lonsdale, has had a really good start there, and coming up next to her is Madeline Clark. The two will turn strong, but also Grace Jin in the end lane here. In lane number 9, came out and touched first ahead of Quinn in second. So not much between these swimmers in that first 25 metres here. We are going to come down to the wall. Not much between the first 3 here. Getting the touch was Quinn Jarzik. In second there was Sophia Lonsdale, and third was Grace Jin in lane number 9.
Girls getting underway now in heat 4. Not a lot separating them off the start. Staying under that little bit longer was Sierra Margetts. And pushing through in this first 25, we're just starting to see a little bit of a shift. So it will be Sierra Margetts who gets her feet on the wall first, just ahead of Lily Egan. And those turns, ever so important. Lily, great underwater there, pulled herself up in front with Sierra just starting to work her way back. Those two are going to go into the wall together. It's almost stroke for stroke. Only 3/100 separating the two, and it will be Sierra 36.66 ahead of Lily 36.69.
Wayne swimming now, heat number 5 of 6. And it was a great start from lane number 4, Zia Lee. As we come down to the turn, it is Zia 16.9 followed by Reika Zhang. Zia having a nice, strong, high stroke rate. We'll see who can finish and touch on the wall first here. It was a great swim from her, 34.45, followed by Reika, 35.45, and then Alicia in lane number 5.
Underway in the 6th and final heat here of the 50-metre backstroke. 11-year-old girls starting well in lane 5. There was Zeta Zoe. She will turn in first. At the 25-metre mark, Lucy Olsen in second and Ali Chen in third. It is still Zeta in front. She is on the lane rope, but still with a very good lead as we come to touch the wall. She will finish in a 32.85. Lucy Olsen in a 33.80 in second, and Ali Chen in third in a 34.29. The bronze medalist in the girls 11 and under 50-metre backstroke is Ali Chen from Melbourne in a time of 34.29. Silver medalist is Lucy Olsen from Melbourne in a time of 33.80. And winning gold medal is Zadia Zoe from Nunawading in a 32.85.
It's the boys' turn now in event 16, the 11 and under 50 metres backstroke. We have 6 time finals in this event this morning. Quick start in lane 4, Lucas Chi going out alongside him, Jiabin Liu in lane 6. And they will lead us around at the turn. Lucas still out in front. with a great underwater once again, pulling himself out into the lead. The boy's not letting him have it all his own way, though. Felix in lane 3, making a little bit of a last-minute attempt to come up alongside Lucas. It will be about that timing into the wall there.
Heat number 2 in the water now. And having the best of starts was lane number 0, Arlo Moore. As we come down to the turn, all-important turn in a 50-metre backstroke, you only get one chance to do it. And Arlo having the best of skills there. He had a great start, a great turn, and he is a body length ahead of the rest of the field. Battling it out for second is lane 5 and lane 8, but it will be Arlo in a time of 38.28, followed by lane number 8, Jasper 39.75, and in third place was Advay 39.77.
Heat number 3 of 6 in the 50 backstroke, boys 11 and under. Starting well in lane 5, there was Nicholas Calgeris leading the way here, but also with a good start in lane 7 is Keanu Stefan Tam. And it is those two who touch in 1 and 2 here after the first 25 metres. Nicholas still ahead here, but not much between second, third and fourth. All the action is in the middle of the pool here, and touching first is going to be Nicholas. It's actually Andy Zhu who's come over the top there in a 37.80. Brandon Lynn in a 37.84. And then Keanu Stefan and Tam in third in a 38.19.
Away we go with heat 4. And it's a very nice long underwater there from Wei Dao in lane 5, opting to stay under almost that full 15 metres. And it's worked well for him. He's out in the lead, 18.53 ahead of Lachlan Lim. And over in lane 0, Dominic Kim. So come down this second 50. Will still be lane 5 out in the lead. And the two boys from Surrey Park trying to make up the ground lost on lap 1. But it will be Wai in first, 37.59 ahead of Lachlan Lim and Lawrence Poo.
Heat number 5 off and swimming. And it is lane number 2 and 4 having the best of starts, heading down to the turn. And it's the 3 boys in lane 2, 4 and 6, but having the best of turns there. Coming off the wall fast was lane number 2, Erin Nee. As they come under the flags, Erin looks to be slightly ahead, but it was Nathan Zhang who got his hand on the wall, 36.48, followed by Cooper Johnson, 36.9, and in third was Lark, 36.97.
Underway in the final heat of the backstroke 11 and unders here in the 50 metres. It is middle of the pool there in lane number 4 in Ethan Ma, who is leading as we come down to touch the wall. Ma with a time of 16.73 for his first, ahead of Lenando in second. There in third was Edward Gilbertson. It is all Ethan Ma leading as he's about to come under the flags here to touch in this final heat here. He will claim the heat in 34.01. Lenando in 34.54 in second. And then third, all the way in lane 8, is William Siddles. The bronze medalist in the boys 11 and under 50 metre backstroke is William Siddles from Yarra Plenty in a time of 35.12. Second is Leonardo Hernandez from Laverton in a 34.54. And the gold medalist from Surrey Park is Ethan Ma in a time of 34.01.
in the water now. We have event number 17, our girls 12-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. We have 3 swimmers in the pool with us in this heat, and they are all neck and neck in these first 25 metres.
Yeah, not much between them, and I think only about 0.4 of a seed difference time. So on paper, should be a very close race there. Turning first was Isla, ahead of Farah and Joyce, slightly behind in third.
And we have seen so many massive time drops this morning. It is one of the first major competitions for these young athletes, so I'm not surprised to see such time drops. Turning first there, Isla in a time of 43.47, and Farah having a great turn as well, coming off her split stroke. She's trying to stick with Isla, who seems to be the one that is pushing.
Yeah, and you mentioned about those time drops, especially the first couple of heats. We're seeing those big ones, sometimes 13, 14 seconds for some of these swimmers, and it's Isla still in front here at the last turn, leading by nearly 2 seconds from Farah.
Yeah, we've had a couple of medalists that have come from heat number 1 or 2. Obviously, it's time finals this morning, so anyone can win it from any heat. Isla putting on a great last 25 there. She really moved through in a time of 1:32.05. She'll touch first, followed by Joyce 1:34.80, and then touching third there was Farah 1:35.84.
And heat 2 underway now. A really good start from the outside lanes. I'm thoroughly enjoying watching lanes 0 and 9 going for it from the get-go in these races this morning.
We've had a few leaders in lane 0 and 9, and this race is no different. Jessica Harper, 19.3 for her first 25 there. It takes a lot of courage to go out really nice and hard and fast, so these girls in these outside lanes doing exactly that, but the girls in the middle are starting to make their move through in this first 50. It's quite close. Turning first there, Sophie Zhao, 42.3, and only 0.7 of a second behind her was Emily Fratar. So there's a few girls starting to really use their strengths and come through in this back half of the race.
100%. Alice Zheng in lane 5. She sort of held back a little bit early on, and she's really moved her way up in this field down that third 25. She's taken over the lead there. She'll turn it to 105. She had the fastest split in the pool by almost 2 seconds on that lap, and she is absolutely pushing her way ahead down this final lap.
Yeah, she really made her move in that second 25, but came off that 50-metre wall and just absolutely went for it, and that's what's worked for her. She'll touch first in a time of 1:28.83, followed by Sophie 1:31.41. And touching third in this second heat was Charlene Fu, 1:31.81.
We have an infraction report for event number 16, heat 5, lane 8. Turn not executed at the completion of the arm pull after turning onto the breast at the 25-metre turn. That is event number 16, heat 5, lane 8.
Yep, after the first 25 metres here, it is Abigail Chan leading in lane number 2. Kiara Liu in lane number 9 also had a good start and was in second position there, but it is lane 2 with Abigail looking very strong, and she comes under the flags on that second lap.
Yeah, on her way to this race, Abby had the biggest smile on her face, and I think that's kind of what this is all about, enjoying your swimming. And we often see the athletes going into these events looking relaxed. They're doing those personal bests and they're swimming really well. So good to see her having a fantastic breaststroke swim here from lane 2.
Yeah, Claire Zhang now coming up beside her in lane number 5. So they will be 1 and 2 with Abigail just holding out as we turn into the last 25 metres here. It's nothing between those first 2. They are racing down the middle of the pool here. Looks like it could be slightly Claire Zhang slightly in front here as we come down to the end. It is Zhang and Chan here. Looking to touch first will be Claire Zhang in a 1:27.60. Second is Abigail Chan in a 1:28.07.
Away in swimming now, we have heat number 4 or 5 of our girls at 12-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. And it's the action in the middle of the pool with the best of starts. Lane number 4, Delta Bacon.
Here's her touch there, though. Kane said Taylor Holt was in front there, and we've already seen Taylor win a medal earlier tonight and earlier this morning, and it is lane 4 and 5 who are leading the way as we come down here to the halfway mark. Leading first is Delta Bacon, just ahead of Taylor Hunt here as we look to come into this last 50 metre.
Yeah, it's a real battle between the 2 girls in the middle of the pool, lanes 4 and 5. They have a little bit of lead change every 25. Delta seems to get that edge ahead, and then Taylor Holt does catch up in that turn. So we'll see how these girls go in this last 25 metres.
Yeah, it looks like, as you were saying, Taylor on that turn is the stronger of the 2, and she was able to make up a little bit of distance there, but it is Delta Bacon who is still in front as we come down to the end of this 5th heat here, and it will be Delta Bacon win with a 1:21.13. Taylor Holt is second in a 1:21.76, and then in third is Catherine Liu.
Underway now with our 5th and final of our time finals for the girls' 12-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. Keep an eye on the times in this event. I think their entry time from Anna Kang is just over that record, so we might see another short course metro record go this morning.
Well, based on what we've seen already this morning, these girls are smashing their entry time, so I wouldn't be surprised either. We've already seen Zoe Clemenson in a couple of different races. Again, as I said before, great to see the 12-year-olds mixing it up, doing different strokes and not sort of specialising, as Anna Kang turns in a 35.87, followed by Angelina 36.32. She's having a great race in the middle there in lane 4, Anna.
Yeah, she's had such fantastic skills. She really capitalises on those turns, getting away from the wall quickly. The other girls are trying to come back, but I don't think they're going to be able to catch Anna Kang. She set herself up nicely with that first 50-metre split. This is going to be a quick swim.
Yeah, short course swimming definitely showcases the skills, whether you know it's something you need to work on. Anna really doing a great job here. She's coming down to the wall now. She's going to absolutely smash this record, 1:15.76. followed by Zoe Clemenson 1:18.05 and Erin Paris 1:18.11. An absolutely great swim from those young girls.
Announcing our medalists for the girls' 12-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. In bronze medal position in a time of 1:18.11 from CA Tritons, Erin Paris. Winner of the silver medal in a time of 1:18.05 from Melbourne Swimming Club, Zoe Clemenson. And the winner of the gold medal in a new Metro short course record in a time of 1:15.76 from Nunawading, Anna Kang.
We're now in the boys 100-metre breaststroke. 12-year-old, the first of 5 timed heats here. Starting in this race, we have got 7 athletes. Looking to touch first is Emmanuel at the first turn in a 19:40 in second, William Bear.
Yeah, Emmanuel's sticking underwater a little bit longer there, having the stronger of split strokes. And as you can see, he has put a body length ahead of the field just in that first 50 metres.
Yeah, and he's another one who had a quick look to see where the people were next to him as well, but it hasn't impacted him. Still leading there as we come down to the 50-metre mark. In second is Edward in a time of 43.53, and then third is William Bear just behind him.
Emmanuel is having a really strong race, but next to him in lanes 4 and 5, William, they are battling it out for that second and third in this heat.
Yeah, as we're now in this final lap here, the lead is out to 3.5 seconds there. Emmanuel is in front of that battle of second, third between William and Edward. Looks like Edward's getting a little bit of a jump there in that second position, but it will be Emmanuel who will claim this race here in a 1:28.10. Edward will finish second in a 1:31.6, and then William in third in a 1:34.22.
Heat 2 hitting the water now, and it's a long underwater from lane 3. Very comfortable there. Getting away well, though, was the swimmer out in lane 7, Bowen Zhang. Now, we saw him have a swim earlier from an outside lane, did really well, so certainly keep an eye on that one. As we come through to the turn, though, it will be Scott Yao in lane 5 who leads us around.
Bowen Zhang in lane number 7 had a really great underwater there. It really took him out to the lead. You know, we had lane number 4 touch first, but Bowen came out first in the lead, so we'll see if he can do that again on this turn. He will touch first, 42.06, followed by Scott Yao, and as you can see, he definitely gets a bit more of a lead off that wall.
Yeah, he's really doing a great job of those skills. We saw it off the start and off those first 2 turns. He looks like he might even be pulling away a little bit down this third 25. So if he can take advantage of that split stroke once again, he's going to be in a really great position on this final 25.
He also turned the right way. He can definitely see those swimmers in lane 4 and 5. He's starting to lift his stroke rate a bit now. He's definitely got a little bit of a lead, but over in lane number 4, Ryan is trying really hard not to let him get too far away. It'll come down to the touch, and it will be Bowen 128.93, followed by Oscar Gleon 129.32, and touching third in our second heat was Scott Yao.
Underway in this third heat of the boys' 12-year-old 100-metre backstroke here, and it's lane 7 in Parla, who has started really strongly here after being a little bit slow off the blocks. He will turn first in a 17.40 with more than a second lead on William in the lane next to him.
Yeah, Parla had a really nice underwater from the beginning of this race, and he's holding on to that lead ahead of his teammate from Ivanhoe Swim, William Jaja. As they come down to the 50-metre turn, there's not going to be a lot separating the boys, just 1/100th there. Very quick 25 from William. He looks to be the fastest in the field on that lap, with Parla having the better of the underwaters once again.
Yeah, as you said, not much between them. William with a second quicker on that second lap here to reduce the gap here as we're coming down for this third turn here, and it is Parla still in front here. Had the better of the turns between the two here, so able to get a little bit of a gap as we head into this final lap.
Yeah, William trying to make up that gap and close in, but I don't know if it's going to quite be enough. Those skills were just too good from Palathapa in lane 7. He's going to take out that third heat in a 122.43, ahead of William 124.26, and then Lewis finishes in third, 127.71.
Off in the water racing, we have heat number 4, and it is lane number 6 who had the best of starts there, really strong underwater. In lane number 3, up and racing fast is Gianluca. He will turn first and is about a body length ahead already at the 25 metres.
Yeah, it was a really good turn as well, so still in front there. In second is Zhu Yang. In lane number 6, who was the only other... there was only 2 other swimmers underneath that 18 seconds for that first lap. Gianluca still in front there. Zhu Yang in second, and our third spot is in Adriel Chan.
Yeah, Gianluca took it out really nice and fast. He was really aggressive with his approach to this 100-metre breaststroke, and it seems to be working for him because he's still in the lead. Trying to challenge him, though, is lane 6 and 5. Lane 5 coming through in that third 25 and having a really good turn there is lane number 6.
Yeah, Gianluca we've already seen in action earlier this morning, and as we see Zhu Yang coming up on him, it's going to be on the touch who is going to claim this heat, and it is Gianluca who claims it in a 1:20.92, just ahead of Zhu Yang in a 1:21.02, with Adriel Chan in third with a 1:23 flat.
In the water, heat number 5, often swimming, and it is lane number 4 who's had a ripper start here. Raymond Grave, he is our fastest seed by 4 seconds, so look to see him start really quickly and lead early on.
He's certainly not having it all his own way early on in this race. We've got a little bit of a challenge coming from Ethan Dennison out in lane 8, as well as James Bigelow in lane 2. Only about half a second between those top 3 at the 50-metre turn.
Raymond still ever so slightly ahead, but in lane 2, James is not letting him get too far away. Raymond trying to make a bit of a move in this third 25. He's gained a little bit of a lead over that 25 metres, but James also had a really great turn there. So we'll see if these two can really battle it out to this final heat of our 100-metre breaststroke.
Yeah, certainly a fantastic challenge going in. Over 4 seconds behind on seed time. It will still be Raymond Grave who takes out this one in a 1:16.78. But James there, huge personal best, 1:18.60. And Thomas Johnson finishes in third in a 1:21.10.
Our medalist for our boys 12-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. In third place with the bronze medal, Gianluca de Moraes Padovani from Camberwell in a time of 1:20.92. Winner of the silver medal from Melbourne, James Bigelow in a time of 1:18.60. And in first place, winner of the gold medal, Raymond Grave from Cardinia in a time of 1:16.78.
We're now in the pool for the 100-metre medley in the girls 11-year-old. One of 4 heats here. Looking to start really well out here is Mia in lane number 7, but just touching her out is Mishka in lane 5, who started with a 17.02.
Yeah, this 100 IM, such a fun race. We only get the opportunity to swim it during our short course season. Just 25 metres of each stroke. Those turns are definitely the most important part of this race. And the girls doing a great job here in Heat 1. It will be Mia leading us through in lane 7 in a 37.85. Ahead of Misha, 38.79, and Chelsea sitting in third. Less time in this 100 IM for there to be changes in lead because it is so fast-paced, but we do tend to still see that breaststroke leg can be where people come unstuck.
Yeah, and Mia now coming back to the pack a little bit here with both Leona and Mishka coming at her in that third 25 metres. Mia still in front there, but Chelsea over in lane number 2 is second, and Leona now in third. And it looks like that's Chelsea O on that far side in lane 2, who had a really strong breaststroke leg now come on top to a lead, and she will take out this first heat in a 1:22.43 ahead of Mia Bascarata in a 1:23.69, and then third was Leanna Zhu in a 1:24.14.
We have an infraction report for event number 18, heat 3, lane 6. The swimmer initiated the start before the signal. That is event number 18, heat 3, lane 6.
Heat number 2 of our 11 and under 100 metre IM for our girls off and swimming and having a really wonderful turn there was lane 3, Vivian Lee. Up and stroking really fast is Ava Chi Awai. It's a battle between these two girls as we head down to the breaststroke leg.
So you'll notice a few different approaches into that turn. There's about 3 different ways we can do that back to breaststroke turn, and you'll see, depending on the athlete, what suits them best. So if you're wondering what's sort of going on there, there are a few options from the way you can go from that backstroke into the breaststroke leg.
And definitely at 11 years old and under, you know, a couple of those turns are a little bit more difficult to nail technically. So fantastic to see them out here doing it, as Ava really took ahead into that breaststroke leg and off the wall into the freestyle. She's really putting the afterburners on there for the freestyle leg. She will come down to the wall first, 1:21.15, followed by Vivian Lee, 1:22.32, and Li Lang Huang, 1:23.86. In the water now we have heat number 3 of event number 19. And out in lane 3 and 1, our butterfly girls are having a great first 25 metres there. It'll be Reika Zhang turning first and having a beautiful underwater there, which is what gained her the lead.
Yeah, you mentioned that not only gained her the lead, but she's now kicked away here with that turn and this first backstroke leg here. She now turns in at 35.43. She's nearly 2 seconds ahead of Alicia Quinn, who is out in lane number 8 here. And then third in the middle of the pool is Yuna Lim here. But it is all Reika Zhang in that middle of the pool who set it up early on with her underwater work.
Yeah, the underwater work off the fly to backstroke turn has really what's given her the lead here. The other swimmers haven't been able to catch up, which is why in short course our turns are absolutely vital. As we come down with 15 metres to swim, it's a battle for second between lane 4, 6 and 8, but it is Reika out the front. She will come down to the wall with a beautiful time of 1:18.69, followed by Alicia Zin, 1:20.02, and touching third in that heat was Alyssa in a time of 1:20.24.
The fourth and final heat here of the 100 metre medley for 11 and under girls here, and it's starting well in the middle of the pool. There is Ali Wang, who is one of the front runners here, along with Claire Danny, who we've seen a couple of times today, and Zia Lee, both on this far side here.
Yeah, now we expected Ali to be out quickly. She won that 50 fly earlier. Very good speed in that butterfly. The girls on the outside lanes, though, really taking it to Ali as we come down this backstroke leg. That lead has already been reduced with Jia Lee in lane 8, turning in second now with Neve Jeffs sitting in third.
Yeah, not much between second and fifth down there, and they're all coming up to Ali Wang, especially Neve Jeffs, who is beside her. Not much between lane 3 and 4 here, and keep an eye on Claire Danny in lane number 9 as well here, but it is Neve Jeffs who leaves at this heading into the final lap here. Zeta Zoe in second, and third is Ali Wang.
So down this final lap, and it is stroke for stroke. Neve likes a close finish today. So has she done enough? She has. It will be Neve Jeffs 1:12.61 ahead of Ali Wang 1:12.86, and then close onto that third place there for Claire Danny 1:14.60 from lane 9.
Yeah, the first 4 all under the Metro short course record as well, so that was a really fast heat.
Announcing our medalists for the girls 11 and under 100 metre individual medley. The winner of the bronze medal in a time of 1:14.60 from Laverton, Claire Danny. Winner of the silver medal in a time of 1:12.86 from Melbourne, Ali Wang. And winner of the gold medal in a new record time of 1:12.61 from Yarra Plenty, Neve Jeffs.
In the water now we have event number 20, our boys 11 and under 100 metre IM. We have 3 swimmers in the water for this first heat, and it's lane number 5, Lachlan Lim, who has taken it out nice and fast.
Yeah, the other two had probably a little bit more underwater on their terms there, but Lachlan Lim still able to kick ahead here, now out by a body length as we come to the end of this backstroke leg here.
Yeah, he's kept his body length lead from the first 25 butterflies. We head down to the breaststroke leg, and the other 2 boys in lanes 4 and 3 having the better of turns, and that has allowed them to come up on the hip of Lachlan Lim.
Yeah, there is not much between the 3 of them across the pool now. Looks like it might be Walter Lay that is narrowly in front as we're coming down to the back part of this breaststroke leg. He will turn in front just ahead of Jasper, and then Lachlan in third as we head into this freestyle leg.
Walter, the stronger of the breaststrokers between the 3 boys, all from Surrey Park Swimming Club, and that has given him the lead heading into the wall off this freestyle leg. He will touch first in a time of 1:26.75, followed by Lachlan 1:27.88, and touching third in that heat, Jasper Zauer 1:28.56.
Swimmers and parents, if you have recently picked up a black deck coat from down on pool deck, could you please check that it is yours? We've had someone mistakenly take a black Speedo deck coat from pool deck, so just make sure if you have picked one of those up that you have the correct one. Thank you.
In the water now is heat number 2 of event number 20. Coming down to the backstroke and breaststroke turn, we've got lane number 3 and 5 battling it out so far. And also in lane number 9, Mason Wang. Those three boys start to see some changes here depending on the strength of the stroke per swimmer. We might see some stronger breaststrokers come through in this 25, which is what we are seeing.
Yeah, we saw Mason do a really great breaststroke earlier today, so we know that he's going to be sitting nicely out in lane 9 here. Over in lane 0, Bruce Zeng, what a ripper day he's had as well. He's turned in first there coming into this freestyle leg by almost 1.5 seconds, so great little lead for him, and it's the outside lanes once again.
Once again, and backing up race after race after race. This is, their third or fourth race this morning, and both of them have done incredibly. 1:23.51 from Bruce out in lane 0, 1:23.89 from Mason in lane number 9, and touching third was Lucas Liu, 1:25.48.
We're in heat 3 of 5 here in the 100-metre medley for the 11 and under boys here. It's a fairly even start in this butterfly leg. Turning first will be Keanu Stefanan in lane number 9. Turned in a 16.86. Arlo Moore out in lane number 0. So the two outside lanes were the only two lanes underneath that 17 seconds.
The two outside lanes in the previous heat were also our fastest, so it seems to be a bit of a theme here in these 11 and under 100-metre medley. We'll see if it continues as we come down to the breaststroke leg. It is Kanu Stefan who touched first, 37.85, followed by Arlo Moore. But the middle of the pool starting to make their move in this breaststroke leg in lane number 4, Oliver Mesher.
Yeah, and in lane number 5, Caleb Jihan, they're looking very strong there. So lane 3, it is Pierce Snow who turns in front heading into this final lap here, the freestyle leg. He's been able to kick away out to a body length leg lead. Arlo Moore on that far side, also having a good turn from the breaststroke into the freestyle, but it will be Pierce Snow who will claim this one in a 1:22.49. Second is Caleb Jihan in a 1:24.21, and a third Arlo Moore out in lane 0. In the pool of this 4th of 5 heats in the 100-metre medley for the 11 and unders. Fairly even across the pool, but it will be lane number 4 and lane number 0 who are looking strong, but also Nathan Zhang in lane number 1 with his now coming into the backstroke was leading.
Yeah, Nathan had a really nice high stroke rate through that butterfly leg. A little bit of a glide onto the wall, so lost a bit of ground coming off it from William Siddles, who's really started to push through in this backstroke to take over the lead here. So it will be William, followed by Nathan, and then Wei Yi in lane 4, sitting in third, but it was a great underwater from him to push his way through that split stroke into the lead.
Yeah, it is. It's fairly even across that first lane 1, 2, 3 and 4, but Wayo Dio is now taking control to lead heading into this turn just ahead of Brandon Lin next to him. Brandon Lin, is actually in front. Nathan Zhang in second, so not much between these guys there in the middle.
Yeah, Brandon got away from that wall really, really fast. Didn't waste too much time on underwater, just got up and stroking, and that's going to be a real benefit for him leading into this last stroke there. And it will be Brandon Lin who takes out heat 4, 119.08 ahead of Wei Yi, 119.52, and William 120.86. It's the last of our time finals in the 11 and under, a 100 metre individual medley. Away and racing very well early on. Lane 7, Jacob Liu, as well as on the far side of the pool, Aaron Zong. Not a lot separating the boys in that first 25 metre butterfly, but it looks like Jacob really pushing this backstroke leg as well.
It is lane number 7 and 9 who will come down to the wall and touch first. Otter Piper, 35.11, followed by Jacob Liu, but had a really ripper turn is lane number 4, George Zhang. He's really capitalising on the breaststroke, obviously one of his stronger strokes, and he has definitely put a lead on the swimmers who led at the 50 metres.
Yeah, 100%. You can see why he was the fastest seed time coming into this event, and a superb breaststroke leg from him. We see that gap almost double on the turn from the breaststroke into the freestyle, and he's just charging home. Beautiful swim from George Zhang to take out this final 115.41 for George, followed on by Harvey Huang, 116.91, and then Caleb Smith in third, 117.22. Announcing our medalists for the boys 11 and under 100 metre individual medley. Winner of the bronze medal in a time of 117.22 from Nunawading, Caleb Smith. Winner of the silver medal in a time of 116.91 from South East, Harvey Huang. And the winner of the gold medal in a time of 115.41 from Yarra Plenty, George Zhang. We have an infraction report for event number 20, heat 3, lane 4. The swimmer initiated a start before the signal. That is event number 20, heat 3, lane 4. Time for a little bit of splash and dash now. It's event 21 on the program, the girls' 12-year-old 50-metre freestyle, and what a tight first heat we have here. It will be Amity who gets her hand on the wall first in a 31.07, just ahead of Catlea in 31.14.
heat number 2 in the water and off and swimming. It was Erin Sun in lane 8 who had a ripper start, and also in lane 0, Sila. It is lane 0 who is having the strongest of swims, but coming through now is lane number 4, Georgia Craig. We'll see who gets their hand. It was Georgia Craig in a time of 30.00, followed by lane 0, 30.13, and then in third for that heat, lane number 7.
Heat 3 hitting the water now, and all of these girls sitting around that 30-point mark. Wouldn't it be nice to see some 29s on the board? Getting away well early in lane 7, Mariella Simmons of Melbourne Swimming Club. She comes off the wall out in front of teammate Anne Dieppe in lane 5. And Abigail Chan trying to battle through down this last 5 metres as well. They're stroke for stroke onto the finish, and it will be Mariella 29.30. Fantastic swim there. Abigail 29.50 in second, and Anne in third 29.64.
We have our fourth and final heat in the water now for our girls' 12-year-old 50-metre freestyle. In the middle of the pool is where the action is. Lane number 4, Zoe Clemenson, a name that we've heard a few times this morning so far, is already a body length ahead, trying to stay with her. Kira Stubbings, another person that we've seen this morning. She's really coming up on the hip of Zoe, but it will be Zoe in a time of 26.75, another Metro short course record, followed by Kira Stubbings, 27.50, and in third there, Angelina Shang, 28.92.
If we could please have our backstroke ledge volunteers to pool deck now, that would be greatly appreciated. All backstroke ledge volunteers to pool deck now. Thank you. Announcing our medalists for the girls' 12-year-old 50-metre freestyle. Winner of the bronze medal in a time of 28.92 from Melbourne Swimming Club, Angelina Shang. Winner of the silver medal in a time of 27.51 from Camberwell, Kira Stubbings. And winner of the gold medal in a new Metro short course record time of 26.75 from Melbourne, Zoe Clemenson.
Now into the boys' 12-year-old 50-metre freestyle event here. We have 5 timed heats for this event, starting very strongly. Over there in lane 2 is Isaac Lim. Also strong was Nicholas Wang, who was seen a number of times this morning. In lane 8 was Isaac Lim, who did touch first there, heading into that back half here, and he's still out in front, but it is a two-way race between him and Nicholas Wang. It is Isaac Lim who gets the job done in 30 seconds. Was Nicholas Wang out in 31.24.
Heat 2 underway now, and it was once again a ripper start out in lane 8, Yi Yang. He's picked up a few medals for himself already today. Let's see what he can do in this early heat, setting the pace. Also on the far side of the pool, some great freestyle sprinting going on. Zayn Metne in lane 5, trying to take it to Yi Yang, but I don't think it's quite going to be enough as they come down to touch. Yi there with a 29.03 ahead of Zayn, 29.43 and 30.58 for William over in lane 1 for third in heat 2.
In the pool now, we have heat number 3 of our 12-year-old boys 50-metre freestyle. In lane number 3, coming up nice and fast and stroking quickly, was Lachlan Henderson. He will turn first. Still keeping the lead is lane number 3. Having a great swim as well is Ian Cho out in lane number 9, along with Hong Hung in lane number 7. Coming down to the touch, it will be Lachlan. 29.11, followed by Ian, 29.48, and Hong Han in lane number 7, 29.64.
I'm a big fan of you.
Underway here in heat 4 or 5 in the 50-metre dash here, and starting well in lane 4 was Ziyang. After a little bit of a slow start, but lane 8 and 9 also looking strong there, but it is Ziyan who turns leading in the front there. Second was Gianluca out in lane number 8, and Dale Young also looking good in lane number 9. It is lane 4 and 8 who are leading this one here. It's going to come down to the touch, and it's Jean-Luc again, who we've already seen on the medal dais today, winning 29.41. In second spot there was Zhang Tai in a 29.49.
Away they go with our fifth and final heat of the 50 freestyle. Long underwater from Palas Arpa out in lane 9, but up and racing quickly in lane 4. Jaden Lee, he comes into this race with the fastest seed time at a 26.75, and really showing the other boys how it's done. Great underwater there, and he's really extending this lead down the second 25 as he comes under the flags. The race for second is pretty close. Looks like it's going to be Raymond Grave. He'll get there. So 26.83 for Jaden Lee, 28.62 for Raymond, and then in third, Rupert Davin, 28.70.
Our medalist for our boys' 12-year-old 50-metre freestyle. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, Gianluca Domores Padovani. In second place, winner of the silver medal from Melbourne, Lachlan Henderson, in time of 29.11. And the first place gold medalist, Yi Yang from Haileybury, 29.03.
Away we go with probably the most exciting part of our morning for a lot of these 12 and under athletes. It's relay time with event 23, the girls 12 and under 200 metre medley relay. Our medley relays a little bit different order to our individual medley. We start off with our backstroke, moving on to our breaststroke, followed by the butterfly, and then our freestyle swimmer will be the anchor leg.
Yeah, and it was Doncaster who is leading early here. We've just got 4 teams in the pool instead of the 5 that were on the list, and Doncaster going to take a very solid lead into this next leg here. It was a strong start, leading by nearly 2 seconds from R&D.
These relays always really exciting to see where the strengths of each team lie. We can see a lot of changes throughout, but Doncaster still looking very strong here with their breaststroker.
Yeah, we've seen her in action already a couple of times this morning there in Alyssa, and able to continue to build on what she's been able to do this morning.
This breaststroke looking really nice. Also hoping for those fast but safe changeovers, trying to make up as much ground or gain as much of an advantage as you possibly can. Sitting in second is still the team from Ringwood in lane 4. And then super close between the Flyers and Tritons.
Yeah, we've now got Wang in the pool for Doncaster. She's still got that solid lead out in front of there. Looking at it, it's nearly 3 seconds ahead of RND there.
All right, so we're now coming up to our 4th and final swimmers for each team. Doncaster holding on to the lead ahead of Ringwood. Sitting in 3rd is the team from Flyers. There is that room to catch up. Ringwood starting to really shift the gears, come up alongside Doncaster. It's all going to come down to this final 25 for the girls here.
Yeah, nothing between the 2 teams at that final term, and it's Ringwood now in front, having been behind Doncaster all event here, but it is Ringwood who is going to come home the strongest of these sides and come away with this first heat win here in the 4x50 medley relay here. They win in a time of 2:31.35. Second is the Flyers in 2:36.42, and we didn't get a time there for Doncaster, who I think actually did finish second.
We're often racing in heat number 2 of 3 for our 200-metre medley relay. And out front first in this backstroke leg is Surrey Park. It is our Surrey Park B team.
Yeah, Ivanhoe also with a good start there, and Loretto in the middle of the pool, but not much between all of these teams in that first 50 here. Look like it's going to be lane number 6 here that will touch in front there, which is still Surrey Park.
As we come into our breaststroke leg, that was a great changeover from lane number 3, Loretto, that has put them slightly in the lead, but in lane 5, CA Tritons, this is a blistering breaststroke leg. Again, they had a great changeover as well. It's put them in front by a body length ahead of Loretto and Ivanhoe Swim.
Yeah, Paris had a really good first 25 metres there and been further able to extend that lead out there for CA Tritons. So she's going to come into the wall and now touch in a 1:14.49 with a decent lead over Ivanhoe Swim in a 1:18.30.
It's still CA Tritons out the front, but battling in lanes 3 and 4, Loretto and Furbank. Furbank starting to really make their move in this butterfly leg. Are they going to catch CA Tritons? They're really starting to mow them down. It looks like they might get ahead by this final 50, so it's going to be a close last freestyle leg for these girls.
Yeah, Bartlett with a sensational swim to put her side in front. They will turn in a 1:52.53. Loretto still up there in a 1:53.45 as well, so not much there, but lane number 4 there with Firebank absolutely killing it now in this freestyle leg.
Furbank came through in that butterfly leg, and all they have done since is gain the lead. I don't think anyone's catching them from here, so it looks like it's going to be Furbank who touched the wall first, 2:22.39, followed by CA Tritons, 2:25.87, and touching third there was Ivanhoe Swim, 2:27.59.
I think it's going to get pretty noisy in here for this one. It's our third and final of our time finals, the 4x50 medley relay, 12 and under girls. Great start in lane 2. The team from Camberwell really dominating this backstroke leg, and sitting in second it is Melbourne, followed by Nunawading.
Yeah, this is a beautiful first 50 of this medley relay. 30.28, not a bad time for a 50-metre backstroke. It gives Camberwell a great chance and a good lead, but Melbourne, having a wonderful changeover, actually caught up significantly. So look to see them come through pretty quickly. Alongside them also Nunawading.
Yeah, I would never count Nunawading out of a relay. They do love to get up and about in these races. But Melbourne having a fantastic breaststroke leg here. Angelina Shang looking the goods as she comes down into the changeover. And we know this butterfly is going to be fast. Ali Wang, she won the 50 fly earlier today.
These girls have obviously been practicing their changeovers at training, because I'm seeing some really fast, sharp changeovers for 12 and under. It's a way you can win these relays. So Melbourne Swimming Club definitely working on their changeovers. They're about 2 body lengths ahead of Nunawading, and they're actually gaining more and more lead.
Yeah, they are looking great here. Their entry time of a 2:08 is about 4 seconds ahead of the entry time from Nunawading. So be curious to see what time they go. The record for this event is pretty quick, sub 2 minutes. As they come into their freestyler, Zoe Clemenson, she went a 26 earlier today. She'll probably go quicker, being that it's a relay. You have that little bit extra energy and excitement. You want to get it done for your team.
And that's exactly what she's doing. I don't think they're going to get that record today. It's already gone by, but they are still extremely quick. 2:05.68. They have absolutely blistered this 4x50 medley relay.
Great swim from the team in lane 5 of Nunawading. They'll touch in second, and the race is on for third between Surrey Park and Camberwell. And I think it's just gone to Camberwell there. So great work, girls. They were out so well early on in this race, and they fought their way back in and looked like they might pick up that bronze medal.
Our medalists for our girls 12 and under 200 medley relay. In third place, Surrey Park in a time of 2:20.10. In second place, winner of the silver medal, Nunawading in a time of 2:14.99. And in first place, winner of the gold medal, a Melbourne Swimming Club in a time of 2:05.68. In the water now, we have event number 24, our boys 12 and under 200 metre medley relay. We have 2 timed finals in this event, with a couple of teams entering, 2 teams A and B. In the backstroke first, we have Ivanhoe, Melbourne and Caulfield, all neck in neck.
Yeah, it was not much between those first three teams there, and still pretty much the same. Probably lane 6 with a slight little bit of a lead here. Drew Privatelli, who we have seen there out with a couple of swims for Caulfield Aquatics, but it is Ivanhoe Swim who turns first, just in front of Melbourne, then Caulfield.
It's a very close race between Melbourne and Ivanhoe. Caulfield just trying to hang on there, but the teams in lane 3 and 4 are starting to really make a move in this breaststroke leg. Melbourne is slightly ahead of Ivanhoe at this point in the race.
Yeah, probably increasing the lead a little bit as we get through this breaststroke leg. There is Melbourne, so Melbourne will touch first as we switch into the butterfly in a 1:13.67, a second and a half ahead of Ivanhoe and Furbank in third out in lane 7.
Yeah, it was a great changeover there from Melbourne. Ivanhoe Swim, though, trying to just come up on the hip of the swimmer in lane number 4. Caulfield's still going third in the race, but it is the two teams out the front in this heat. And Ivanhoe is starting to catch Melbourne, so this is going to be a very fun last 50.
Yeah, O'Connor with a brilliant turn there and able to come over the top to give Ivanhoe the lead as we head into this last 50 metres here. But it was a really good switch of swimmers there from Melbourne who were able to jump off the blocks and out by a body length in this first 25 metres of the freestyle.
That all-important changeover there from Melbourne has what made them in front here. They have really dominated this last 50 metres, so they will come down to the wall and touch first for this first heat in a time of 2:19.80, followed by Ivanhoe Swim 1:50.01, and then touching third Caulfield 3:26.40.
The second of these two heats in the 4x50 medley relay for the boys 12 and under here. Fairly even across the pool in this first lap with about 4 teams not far from the front here. Turning in first is going to be Nunawading in the middle of the pool. Still fairly even as we come down this second leg of the backstroke here. It is lanes 4 and 5 who are in front. So Nunawading still going to maintain that lead. They held at the first 25 metres. Surrey Park in second and then Surrey Park in third.
Can we please have our lap counters for the 800 to pool deck? All lap counters down to pool deck for the 800. Thank you. Some great racing going on out the front here between Nunawading and Surrey Park. They're not too far apart on entry time, and we're certainly seeing that throughout this breaststroke leg. They're going to go stroke for stroke into this changeover. Who can get the better start off the blocks there? It will be Nunawading who touched in first, but Surrey, great underwater. They've come out in the lead and still having a really good swim out in lane 9. The team from Caulfield sitting in third.
Yeah, that turn, that switch in the middle of the pool there for Surrey Park gave them half a body length of the lead, and they're now out to nearly a body length as we come down this second lap of the butterfly here. Caulfield also having that sensational swim in that lane 9 and coming up here as we come towards the end of the butterfly.
This is going to be an incredible last 50 for the boys. It is still the Surrey Park team out in the lead. Caulfield moving their way up into almost silver position with Nunawading not far behind. 25 metres left to swim for our top 3 teams.
Yeah, nothing between them here, and in the end, Nunawading had a better turn here, and they've come over the top here. They will get the win in this relay. It'll be Nunawading from Surrey Park with that 1-2, a winning time of 2:11.20, runner-up in 2:12.09, and then Yarra Plenty's time's not correct there. It'll be Caulfield in third with the 2:14.84.
Announcing our medalists for the boys 12 and under 200 metre medley relay. Winners of the bronze medal in a time of 2:14.08, Yarra Plenty. Winners of the silver medal in a time of 2:12.09, Surrey Park. And winners of the gold medal in a time of 2:11.20, Nunawading. We are underway now with event 25, the 800 metre freestyle. We have 5 heats in this event this morning for our 12 and overs. In the water now, just the 3 athletes out of heat 1. We have had a little bit of a reseed, so swimming out of lane 3, George Lyons, lane 4, Cadence Power, Kahika Lewis, and lane 5, Mariella Simmons.
Yeah, as you notice in this one, both boys and girls swimming in this one, and we've got swimmers up to the age of 21, and then we've got swimmers who are 12 years old, so a lot of different experience and abilities in this one, so it's very different to what we've seen so far.
Yeah, and the 800 is a very different race to what we've had all morning. You know, our longest race before this was a 200 metre event. Still quite a sprinty race, the 200 middle distance. Whereas with our 800, quite a lot of turns we've got going on here, short course, so it's certainly something to keep an eye on. We do have those lap counters out, 32 laps for our 800 metre race. And we're looking for that rhythm. I think that's the biggest key in these 800s. It's to make sure that you're staying on the ball and keeping focused on what's going on. It can be easy to kind of fade away and fall into that lull. So you've got to stay focused, always have something different to think about on each 100 so you're executing the race well.
Yeah, and you want to make the most out of your turns as well, to be able to give yourself a little bit of a break when you are stroking as well, that if you can get that lead off the turn, it does make it a little bit easier.
100%. It's certainly about balance. You're not going to see those 15-metre underwaters like we see in our sprint races, short course. It's going to be about efficiency. So you want to get a powerful push-off in that nice, tight streamline so you can get that relaxed speed where your body isn't really moving. So you're conserving energy but still getting a little bit of distance. And then a couple of these athletes, you'll probably see them do 1 or 2, maybe even 3 dolphin kicks off the wall. Probably not going to see many more than that. And then what I really like to see, and what we tend to see from our more experienced athletes, is that little flutter of kicks as you come off the turn onto the breakout, and that just propels you along and maintains that momentum that you get off the wall. And you'll see that from our better athletes as they come through into the swim.
Yeah, we've got Mariella Simmons leading this race, still under that 19-second mark per lap so far. Turned in a 2:23.45. Second is Cadence in a 2:26.39, and George in a 2:22.21.
Yeah, it's really nice to see Mariella in this 800. She did such a great 50-metre sprint today, 29.30, breaking that 30-second barrier. So the versatility of these athletes as well, particularly our younger ones, being able to do these sprint events and then come and race the distance races as well.
How do you go from doing just 50 metres to 800 in the one session?
It's certainly a different race plan as well, but all about recovery, and that is going to be something across the weekend for all of our athletes. The sessions are quite long. There's quite a lot of events. If you're someone that does race multiple races, you're going to be backing up over and over. So not only what are you doing in the recovery and the warm down pool, but how are you refueling? How are you rehydrating? How are you resting before you get ready for the next event? They're going to be the things and the key elements of these events.
Yeah, and so far at the moment, she is getting quicker these middle few laps, still underneath that 19-second mark, but keeping that consistency that she isn't slowing down at this middle part.
I think it's a really great race strategy, particularly in your younger athletes, that you want to try and build through an 800. So the first 200, we always like to break it down in quarters, tends to be the easiest way of remembering and counting your laps as well. And that first 200 we just spoke about, it's easy speed. You want to be comfortable, you don't want to overexert, but you still want to be going fast and have that speed. The second 200, we're trying to maintain your stroke rate. So we're going to put bigger focus and bigger emphasis on holding those rates. So the coaches for Mariella will be sitting in the stands here getting stroke rates on pretty much every lap, making sure that she's staying on that stroke rate and that pace. Once you hit that third 200, we're going to start to bring in and see the legs just a little bit more. You don't want to overdo it too early, but that's definitely where I would shift the focus to. And then the final 200, I like to look at it like the last two 100s in your training session. You're always going to lift. We always see that from our swimmers. They love to go hard when it's right near the end.
Yeah, as we see Mariella still in front there with the 4:36.52 at the 3:75 mark. We've got Candice in second at a 4:43.51 here, and we're still waiting for George to touch at that mark here as we see Mariella halfway through in a 4:55.62, still between that 1 second difference, sort of between that 8:50 to 19:50.
It's really nice if you can keep these consistent paces and consistent laps, and you'll go back and assess that with the coach at the end of this 800 of which laps did we maybe fall off a bit, where might we have had a little bit more energy that we can gain that half a second. But if you can stay within the same second mark, that's a really good sign. What I am liking to see from Maz as she comes out of these turns is she has been doing that little flutter of kicks on the breakout. So she comes through and you just see that higher rate or higher intensity of kicks on the first few, and then she settles into the stroke, which is a really, really nice sign.
Yeah, now 450 metres down, so we're in that second half where it's probably starting to hurt.
Oh, look, any race that you do is going to hurt, and the faster you get as an athlete, the more you push it, so you're always going to be feeling it. I think it's almost a bit of relief once you get past the halfway point. The countdown kind of starts then, so it's probably a bit of a good feeling now, I would say.
She is almost ready to touch for that 500 metre mark. Comes in at a 6:12.58, so still that 19-second mark, so that consistency is really there for her.
Really nice to see. And you've got Cadence sitting in second, so she's having quite a consistent race too. She has built through a little bit on that particular 50, so that was really nice to see. And she's brought in the legs a little bit more here, so you can see more of that closer to 6-beat kick from her.
And she's staying for the most part under that 20 seconds a lap too. So as we were saying, pretty consistent there. And looking at the start times coming in, Mariella with an 11:03.59. We've got Candice with a 10:47. So there are a couple of times we'll have a look at to see whether they can beat them.
Yeah, they look like they're on a really nice pace. I must say you can already notice that the girls have kind of fallen into that training trap of swimming on the left. So something that we try and keep in these races is to stay in the middle of the lane. If you do start to circle, it is a habit because that's how we do it at training, but there's definitely something that they can take away from this and be able to improve even more.
As we come down to the 600 metre mark here, Mariella touches in a 7:30.33 here. Candice not far from touching as well to crack that 600 metre mark. Similar time to her previous lap, so she's just over 10 seconds behind there. George Lyons has completed 5:50 and he at a 7:44.95.
Yeah, if we do some quick maths, and I wouldn't say it's my absolute strongest point, but the girls are averaging around that 40-second mark per 50, so a 1:20 pace. They are well and truly on the mark to do some really, really large personal bests here. And we do know that last 100, when you get that the whistle with 50 metres left to swim, they're going to be able to lift then, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, as we're now seeing Mariella increase her speed just a little bit here, getting back closer to that 18-second mark for that last 25 metres here, and touches that one still, that 19:20, so not far off that one. She seems to have lifted her pace a little bit.
Yeah, and that's what we spoke about earlier, those last two 100s. We really want to build through them. So that last one's like an all-out max effort. Everything you've got left is going to go into that.
Now 100 metres to go for Mariella, back under that 19 seconds, so she's lifted that level here. As we said, her time coming in was an 11:03, so she's going to absolutely smash that. She'll be proud with that, but she's just got to finish off strongly.
Yeah, I think she's going to finish around that 10-minute mark, so almost going to drop a whole minute off her entry time, which is a pretty phenomenal effort. Just 12 years of age as well, so these younger athletes doing a really great job, and we're seeing that continued improvement, which is fantastic.
Yeah, she's coming up for the bell here for that last 50 metres here. Will turn in a time of 9:24.57. 18:44 for that last 25 metres there. So she's coming down to this last turn here. We see Candice also get the bell here. She will touch in a 9:39.53. So that margin's blown out to nearly 15 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Cadence has had such a great swim as well. You've been watching those splits. She's been hitting those 19s too pretty consistently for the last 300 metres, so great job to her. Also going to be a personal best by the looks of it. But Mariella coming in now just under that 10-minute barrier. What a great time there, 9:59.57 for her. And Cadence now with just 10 metres left to swim, bringing in that big 6-beat kick. Good on you, girl, as she comes down under the flags here. And a 10:16.86, a big drop for her too. As George comes through now in lane 3, he's about to get the bell to signal his last 50 metres as well. So hopefully we can get around him a little bit and bring him home for the last 2 laps.
Yeah, possibly could be looking at a better time than his entry time as well. Came in with an 11:34, so he should break that as well. So that'll be a really good swim for him too.
Yeah, and he's really lifted for this final 50. Had a bit stored up, I think, as he comes down now. 25 metres left to swim for George Lyons of Bayside.
George now halfway through this final lap here, coming in, and looks like he might take a good 20 seconds off his time here, so that's a really good swim from all three of them. George will touch in with an 11:13, and that is heat 1 of 5. We're now in the water for the second of these 5 heats of the 800-metre freestyle 12 and over mixed race here, and we saw 3 PBs in that first one, and we're expecting hopefully a few more in this second heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Those 12-year-olds really showed these guys how it's done, and they've set the pace in that first heat. We've got a lot more of our 14 and 13-year-olds in this particular race here. So we'll expect to hopefully see them go a little bit quicker. A lot of their personal best and entry time sitting just over that 10-minute barrier. Hopefully we can see another couple of 9 minutes on the board after this one.
Yeah, Sierra Kaufman starting really well in lane number 8, and many of these swimmers we have seen earlier today as well, so backing up and finishing with an 800, a tough way to finish that first session of this event.
And then as we see our older athletes coming in to race this one, this is going to set them up for their program later on this afternoon. So our 13 and overs will be back in racing again from 1:30. So they'll be starting off with the 800. I think it'll be nice going into events like a 200 after this one. It'll feel a lot shorter for them.
As Sierra Kaufman extends that lead out there early in this race, got a body length lead on Isabella Thornborough, who was a medalist earlier today. Also looking strong is Nadine Sofa out in lane number 2.
So a lot of these girls still attacking this fairly intensely at this point in the race. I would like to see a few of them just settle a little bit more into their stroke, looking a little bit more relaxed. We do still have 25 laps left to go.
And Sierra Kaufman again still out in front there. Nadine Sophia out in lane number 1 is in second. And then third we have Isabel Thornborough.
Now Sierra, one of our athletes who is opting to do more of those dolphin kicks underwater. My last 2 counts, she's done around 5 off each wall. So it's a few more than we normally see in a distance race, but she's really committing to it and doing a really good job. If she's confident in her ability to do that, if she's backed it up over and over in training, it is going to be a nice advantage for her.
And for those watching, if you have seen the UNCLOUD signs around both on your screens and around the facility today, UNCLOUD is the major sponsor of this event. With vaping on the rise in Australia over the past few years, a range of public health responses have emerged to tackle this complex issue in multiple ways. The UNCLOUD campaign is one of them.
Yeah, fantastic campaign, and certainly a really great message, particularly, I mean, athletes in a sport like swimming, you certainly need the use of your lungs. And an event like this, it can be so heavy on those lungs and that lung capacity as well, particularly short course, and we are seeing a lot more of those underwaters.
As we come down to the 300 metre here, Sierra Kaufman still in front with a 3:34.76. Nadine Sophia still in second out in lane number 1, and in third is Isabel Thornborough.
Sierra having a really great swim here. She looks really comfortable and relaxed, but also strong. She's got a strong kick. We see sometimes athletes have 2, 4, 6, 8 beat kicks. You know, in a distance event like an 800, they tend to back off on their legs a little bit, but Sierra knows that that might be one of her strengths. And so she's out there kicking her way through, looking really strong.
Yeah, and one of those swimmers who I would be assuming looking to break that 10-minute barrier came in with a time of 10 minutes 29, and what we've already seen that these young athletes in the first meet of the season do have a lot of PBs. They've come off a whole lot of hard work and come in and have some really good swims first off.
Yeah, definitely. It's our first major event for our short course season, and you know, I remember last year when we were sitting here commentating, we sort of said the same things, that our young athletes are dropping incredible times compared to the year before. You know, an 800 metre freestyle, it's a long way for these 12, 13, 14-year-olds. So I definitely take my hat off to them. It's also really hard to count. We're in a short course pool. It's double the amount of laps compared to our long course. So, you know, there's all those things to factor in during an 800.
Yeah, with Sierra Kaufman still in front there at the 4:25 mark there with a 5:09.43. In lane number 7, Isabel Thornborough now up to a second spot. She was at a 5:15 at the 4:25 mark. It turns at a 5:34, and now up into third is Amelia Grover, with Nadine Sophia dropping back a little bit there in lane number 1.
We've just been handed in an Essendon Aquatic hoodie down in our commentary box. It's a size small. It has a mobile phone in it, so we will keep it here. If you've lost your hoodie and you're from Essendon Aquatic, you can come grab it from us. It does have a phone in it.
Now 500 metres down in this one. Kaufman still in front, turning with a 6:06.27 time there. She's 6 and a bit seconds ahead of Thornborough there, but both still under that 20-second mark, which we were talking about before.
These girls are definitely putting together a great 800 so far. They've come into the last 300 metres of the race, breaking down our races by quarters. This is their third quarter of the race, and this is the one where you really gain or lose depending on whether you go for it in this sort of third 200, knowing that you've got a whole 200 left afterwards.
Yeah, and is this one of those events you'll get some of those ones who are generally shorter distance swimmers, so they're going to go out really fast and come home a bit slower, and then you're going to have your distance ones who will come home a bit faster?
Yeah, there's definitely an element of tactics in these races. You've got to know yourself really well as an athlete, and that comes with experience. This might be one of the first or second, third 800s that these young athletes are racing, and so they're probably learning quite a lot out of what they're doing. There's a lot of trust that goes into it, trust in training, and trust in your coaches, what they might be saying to you.
And at this age, you mentioned might only be their first or second. Do a lot train for this distance, or are they more trained for those shorter ones?
It really depends. We could have athletes in here who are shorter distance athletes, and they're just trying out an 800. A lot of the time, they're probably distance swimmers, which means they're training more distance. But at this age, you're doing a bit of both. You might be doing distance, you might be doing some sprint. It really just comes down to those fundamentals, the skills, the stroke. And so it's a bit of a mixture. When you head down to, your 20-year-old pluses, they've been doing it for a long time. Their bodies aren't necessarily developing as much anymore, and they've really got it down pat. So these young ones, we've only got 14, 13 and 12-year-olds in this particular heat. We've got some older ones coming up later on, but these guys are really just learning. It's about how they go about their race, what worked for them, what didn't work for them, and then that'll set them up for years down the track if they continue down the distance path. In this particular race, though, we've got Sierra. She's doing a great job. She's got 100 metres left to swim, almost 75 metres left to swim, followed by her Isabel next to in lane 7. These two are the ones that have led significantly in this particular heat, and they're doing an absolutely great job.
Yeah, it looks like Isabel slightly closing the gap a little bit here, but it is still 5.5 seconds as Sierra Kaufman comes down to get the bell for the final 50 metres there. We'll turn in a 9:16.02 here. Isabel Thornborough in a 9:21.29, and third is Amelia Grove.
And you can see them lift when they hear that bell. It's exactly what they want to hear. They know that they only have 50 metres left to swim. So this is where they put the afterburners down and start to really lift their stroke rate, lift their kick, and put everything that they've done all the way to the wall.
Yeah, as we said, Sierra Kaufman come down on that final lap. Now underneath the flags here, she will touch in a PB here of 9:51.09 here. Coming in is Isabel Thornborough, who will also get underneath that 10-minute with a 9:56.40, and Amelia Grover as well, also underneath that 10-minute mark there with a 9:59.78.
And it's such an awesome achievement to get under that 10 minutes. Their seeded times, none of them have been under that yet, so it's really great to see. We talk about the dropping of times. We've seen it significantly in this second heat.
underway in heat 3 of this 800 metre freestyle 12 and over age group. This one we've got a mixture of both boys and girls in this race, several who we have already seen tonight, and quickly underway we've got JT in the lane closest to us, turning first.
Just a reminder, we do have an Essendon Aquatic hoodie down here. It's got a mobile phone in it. I believe it might be a girl's phone. We've got a nice selfie on the screen. But yes, we've got it here. If you have lost it, just come and grab it from us. Looking nice and comfortable here is lane number 4, Arjan. He's starting to really settle into this 800, taking it out with him over in lane number 1, Thomas. They'll turn in a time of 1:05 for this first 100 metres. With 700 metres left to swim, they're starting to settle in, find their stroke, find what's comfortable, and finish off the race really strongly.
Yeah, this race is a slight bit faster than the previous one, and we do have swimmers coming into this race with times already under that 10-minute mark, so they want to further improve them, and the other ones I'm guessing would want to be getting under that 10-minute mark to start the season with a strong swim. It's still Arjan in the middle of the pool there, who is leading Thomas in lane number 2, also having a strong swim there, just under a second behind him.
This is heat number 3 of our mixed 12 and over 800 metre freestyle. We've seen a lot of girls in a couple of the first heats. Now the boys are starting to come in it, but we do still have some girls racing against the boys, which is great to see. They push each other.
Does, and we're still looking at that. Amy Barr is one of those girls in third position after the first 175 metres there, and she's sticking with those top 2 there in Arjan and Thomas.
Again, we only have 13, 14, 15-year-olds in this, and a couple of 12-year-olds in this race, so they are our younger guys. Obviously both our boys and girls, so they're really, as we said before, might be their second, third, fourth 800, so it's a really great learning opportunity for them through this 800.
As we see here, Arjan still leading at the 250 metre mark there, under that 18 seconds, and going a little bit quicker, so holding that pace out in front.
Again, you can see a couple of different tactics going on in this heat. In lane 4, we've got a bit of a slower stroke rate, holding a lot of water, looking nice and relaxed. But over in lanes 1 and 2, a bit of a higher stroke rate. Obviously that works for them, and it's just about finding, again, what works, what doesn't work, learning. That's pretty much what this is about.
Yeah, and looking in over there with Thomas and Amy, 1 and 2, both from Melbourne Swimming Club. So both probably do a lot of training against each other. And for them, this is probably a little bit like a training run, swimming side by side, and not much between the two.
There's a little bit of cat and mouse happening between a couple of our swimmers. We've got lanes 1 and 2, and then also 6 and 7. Lane 4 obviously out ahead of the field. So it's a bit of who's going to go first. Are you going to follow them? It's basically, you know, who has the courage to take it out a little bit harder and get in front, knowing that you have enough to come home in. You know, they've still got 450 metres left to swim. You don't want to go too early, but you also don't want to let the person next to you go and not follow them.
Yeah, exactly here. And I think Thomas is just sticking with Amy as she tries to break away from him in that second and third spot there. Elijah Lamont and Patrick Whitewood on this side are the other ones that are going stroke for stroke here. Lamont, who we've seen a little bit today already, slightly in front in that battle for 4th and 5th, but not much between the two.
as we can see, lane 6 and 7 and 1 and 2, as I said before, a bit of cat and mouse, but sometimes it can actually be a negative thing, having someone so close to you. You can sort of fall into a bit of a rhythm, thinking that, you know, you're both going fast because neither of you take that next step. So you love to have someone to race, but you can fall into a bit of a rhythm depending on what the person's doing next to you, whether or not you decide to take it out, whether or not you decide to hold back. So there is an aspect of racing your own race and then also racing the person next to you.
Yeah, and can you fall into someone else's game plan if you're racing them like that?
100%. And so sometimes it's easy. It's actually the easy option to kind of just stick with the person next to you. You think, oh, I'm racing this person, I'm going to stick with them, and totally forget about your own race plan. And then that is a detriment to your own race. So it's as we said, these longer distances are just full of tactics, even all the way up to our elite of the elite at the Olympic Games. It's still the same.
As we see Ange turn at the 525 metre mark, leading in a time of 6:09.87 out there. Elijah Lamont now up to second in a 6:18. Amy Biden in third. So we've seen a little bit of a split in those two duos that we did see there, with Lamont now coming strongly.
Yeah, the moves happened in lane 2 and in lane 7. Obviously, lane 6 and 1 trying to go with them. Lane 6 at the moment, Patrick is probably got better turns. He's a bit quicker in and out of the walls, which is not helping Elijah, but well, hopefully they still stick with each other and race.
Yeah, as we are now coming up to 600 metres there for Ange, who is leading in a 7:03. 37 there in front. That second is still waiting to come up on the board here. Amy Bye now has taken that back, so her and Elijah Lamont are trading the position there in second and third. Patrick Whitewood also sticking with Lamont there in 6 and 7, so he could be one who might look to attack this back 200 metres. As we're now coming down to the last 250 metres here for Ange, who's still in front there. He's going to turn now to come down with 3 laps to go for him. He's had a strong performance all swim here and well and truly in front. Turns at a 7:57.72. Amy Bye in an 8:07.14. Elijah Lamont in an 8:08 and Patrick Whitewood in an 8:09.
Isaac in lane 5 has had a really great swim. He's really led from, Arjan in lane 4 led from start to finish. He's looked really strong all the way through.
And he's going to get ready to come up for the bell here in this third of 5 timed finals in the 800 metres 12 and over. He turns in an 8:51.32. Came into this heat with a seed of 9:57.64, so we'll be looking to improve on that one. Amy Bye in second at a 9:15. And in third is Elijah Lamont in a 9:02, and Patrick Whitewood just behind him also in a 9:02 here. But it has been all Ange in this race here, who's going to come up for the finish line here and come in and touch the wall at 9:25.68. So a 30-second better time than his seed here. Amy Bye is going to come in second in a 9:33.95. So she came in with a 10:09, able to get under that 10-minute. Also getting well under that is Elijah Lamont, who finished in fourth. Patrick Whitewood in third with a really strong finish there. Also coming under that 10-minute mark is Thomas Chian and a nice spread of swimmers there. So a really good result for those top 5.
In the water is heat number 4 of event number 25, our mixed open 800 metre freestyle.
We've seen some incredible personal bests swum already in this event this morning, and we're hoping to see a few more here, a few of these athletes. Once again, we spoke about a lot of them haven't raced this or had an opportunity to race this event a lot, particularly this season. Metro's kind of marks out our season kickoff, if you will, for our major events. We obviously have our state age short course championships coming up, as well as our state open short course championships.
Yeah, we've said quite a few times, we think it's why we see such dramatic drops in this first race of the season. A lot of these swimmers have either just been doing local club meets or, you know, this is our first Swimming Victoria major competition for the season and also sort of for the year. You know, you finished the long course season in June, July, and sort of come through, and short course, you know, you've had a bit of a break, you've come back into training, and especially these young guys, I mean, they may have been training completely the way through. You know, nationals for a lot of these athletes finished in April. So there's been a bit of a training block, and it's their first time they can really put that training on display.
As we come down here to the 150 metre mark out in front, very close between Emerson Hogan and Sienna Santolin. They were almost stroke for stroke into that turn. The boys in lanes 3 and 4 probably got the better positions off the wall.
Again, we talk about those quarters in a lot of races, you know, 100 metres, especially in short course. It seems that we have a lot more of that sort of quarter type swimming. 100 metres, you got 4 25s. 800 metre, you got 4 200s. A 400 metre, you got 4 100s. 200, you break it down to 450s. So these guys have sort of just finished that first quarter, and they'll be looking to move on to what they're doing in their next 200 metres.
Yeah, I was just out the back having a chat with Mel Clampt and Sienna Santolin in lane 6 about the race plan, and that was the exact first thing that they spoke about. It was the 4 200s. That's what we're out here doing, refocus at the start of each one, and particularly in those middle ones, make sure, like you said earlier, Sean, don't fall into that lull of thinking that you're pushing and getting too comfortable. It was all about, just leaning into it and working that little bit harder on each lap.
It definitely does take a lot of courage, though, to move in those second and third 200s. When you break it down like that, it's a little bit easier mentally to get around it, but deep down you kind of know that you've probably got 400, 500 metres left to swim. So, races, as we said, are kind of won in that third, sort of what we call in quarters, and it does take courage to, say to yourself, I'm going to push here, not knowing what you might have. Like, we all know we've got a little bit more left in the tank, but there's a little voice in your head that says, I don't think I'm going to push.
100%. It's definitely always sitting in the back of your mind, that moment of when do I go? When do I start to bring in that bigger kick? When do I increase that stroke rate? And how much do you trust in the training that we've done in this past block? Are you confident that you can get to that halfway point and really start building from there? Have you not had the best lead into this comp and you're a little bit more hesitant? Are you waiting till more those last 100 metres where you think you've got that ability to lift?
And that's part of learning of swimming. You talk to any 20-plus-year-old and they'll tell you that they know a race where they thought they could push harder and they know a race where they went too hard too early. So it's that finding that middle ground that just takes experience.
It's such a common occurrence, particularly in people when they're swimming these 800-metre races early on in their careers, that all of a sudden the energy surge that they have in that last 50 or 100 metres can be 4 or 5 seconds quicker than the previous ones. And I think that's a really good sign that, you did have that little bit more to give. So next time you might go, okay, so I had this much left with the last 100. I'm going to start to push it from the 150. And then that might feel comfortable and you might be confident with that, and then it becomes the 200. But, I mean, when we're watching these athletes competing in 800s now on the world stage, they're not actually spending too much of it relaxed. It's not the same 800s that we used to see 10, 15 years ago where you could rely on a 2-beat kick for the whole way and just the arms spinning over and over. We're seeing Katie Ledeckis and Ariane Timas and all the 8s into 6-beat kick from start to end. So there's a lot of fitness that goes into these events.
Yeah, the freestyle swimming is definitely adapting with the times, and we were speaking sort of off the mic earlier around 200-metre freestyles definitely becoming more of a sprint compared to the rest of the 200s, and it's happening in the 400, the 800 and even the 1500. It seems to be there's more of a rhythm that you just hold the whole way.
So Hamish Davin, he's shifted his way up. We're at the 500-metre point. He's out in the lead by about 5 or 6 metres ahead of Emerson Hogan, who's done really well, stayed nice and consistent. Sienna Santolin just starting to creep up onto her hip now, though. So those girls have had a great little tussle throughout this race, and with 300 metres to go, that's not looking like it's going to change anytime soon.
These guys are in the middle of that all-important third at 200 that we keep talking about. And you can see a couple of them starting to push. Their coaches might be on the sidelines kind of letting them know, making waves and things like that to try and get them to go and push. Give them that little bit of motivation.
Yes, the distance coach dance moves almost with the arms waving about and different signals. Generally kick more.
Generally. Coming down to the 600-metre mark now is lane number 3, Hamish. He is leading the way. 200 metres left to swim. It's starting to, you can feel the end a little bit more here. Over in lane 6, Sienna. Lane 6 and 5 definitely having a really good battle here. They seem to be pushing each other. They're not necessarily falling into a bit of a rhythm. They're going for it.
Absolutely. It's an interesting contrast really between Hamish, who does kind of have that more traditional longer distance freestyle stroke where you can really see the top half of his body sitting up nice and high in the water and the arms just continuing over and over, very light on the legs. They're kind of just trailing behind, keeping his balance. And then you compare that to the girls. Emerson, she's been on the kick this entire 800. You've seen that white water from her consistently throughout. And then you have Sienna, who has more of the flutter kick. So every time she takes a breath, the kicks flutter a little bit more and a little bit stronger, and then they relax as she puts her head back in the water. So 3 kind of different techniques or styles of freestyle just within this one heat.
Hamish now turning at the 700 metre mark, 100 metres left to swim. He'll come down in 50 metres time and hear that bell, knowing that he's only got 50 metres left to swim. In lane 6, Sienna is starting to pull away from Emerson ever so slightly. She definitely started to push at sort of the end of that 600 metres, and you can see that's given her a little bit more speed into this last 200 metres.
So there's that sweet sound of the bell for Hamish there, just 50 metres left for him. The girls in 5 and 6, they'll be hearing it as they come into this turn as well. And then it's William Graves not too far behind the girls there. So Sienna sitting in 2nd, Emerson in 3rd.
And you can see now that they've all started to hear the bell. They've started to lift their stroke rate. There's more whitewash behind, kicking harder. They know that they're getting towards the end as our leader of this 800 comes down to the finish in a time of 9:12.68.
The girls coming home strong here too. It will be Sienna getting her hand onto the wall there in 2nd. 9:25.24 ahead of Emerson, 9:26.83. So our 5th and final heat of 800s this morning in the water now. It's heat 5 going around out quickly early. Lane 9, Tommy Golding's leading the way at 25 metres. And we'll be looking to see after this first 100 who just settles into their rhythm nice and quickly. Starting to see some of our older athletes coming through in this field now. A little bit more experience. A lot of these guys have swum plenty of 800s in their careers. So now the field's just kind of started to sort itself out a little bit. People just lining up their competition. As we turn at the 150 metre mark, Joshua Carnes in lane 4 will lead us around in front of Rowan Wine in lane 5. And we're just starting to see some of those little pair-ups that we quite often get in these 800-metre races and longer distance events. It's a lot easier, it really is, to have someone beside you to sort of pace off. It can be quite challenging if you end up out on your own and you're sort of trying to close the gap on someone that might be just out of your eyesight or hold off people who are further behind.
Yeah, in our first 3 heats, we had a lot of our sort of 14, 13-year-olds, a little bit more inexperienced when it comes to distance events. And so now we've got our older athletes, you know, our oldest in this one is 21 and our youngest is 15. So these guys are a little bit more experienced. They've probably done a few more 800s. They know what works for them. They probably trust their training a little bit more. As we were talking about before, they've probably had a swim where they thought they could push themselves a little bit harder or that they went too hard. So this is a good setup for these guys. You can see Joshua now starting to push a little bit more. He's headed into that second 200 and he started to push away from Rowan a little bit.
Yeah, he really gets a lot of distance off the wall here. So the actual swim element, he doesn't appear to be a lot faster than the other boys and girls in this race. But it's that moment from the time his feet hit the wall, he's got a great strong push off. He gets those couple of fly kicks done and really breaks out nicely.
It's definitely rare for you to see a distance swimmer, especially in short course, you know, doing those 5, 6, 7 kicks off the wall. They know that a couple of kicks, 2, 3, and then up and swimming, it's going to help them. You know, you're doing so many different turns in an 800. You've got to try and save your lungs a little bit. We know that it's a ever so slight little energy break when you do a turn. So the faster and more efficient it is for them, you know, holding their breath is just going to make this 800 a lot harder. So as you can see, Joshua opting for those 2, 3, 4 kicks and then up and stroking in his nice long strokes. He's also got a bit of a 4 to 6 beat kick, so he's using his legs a little bit more, like we spoke about before. It's becoming more common in our distance events. He's not relaxing as much.
Yeah, it's interesting when we talk about that lung capacity and the ability to hold your breath off the walls, because I think that's the biggest difference between long course and short course in 800s. In a long course race, the burn starts to come from your shoulders. It's a more physical, muscular burn. In the short course events, it can quite often be that lack of oxygen and that gasping for air that's going to creep up on you a lot quicker than the actual pain in your shoulders.
Well, Joshua has definitely put a bit of length in this race in that second 200. He's now into his third. Rowan in lane 5, holding on to second there, but definitely getting challenged by William in lane 6. He's trying to not let Rowan get away too quickly, and we've still got 350 metres left to swim in this race.
Yeah, Williams just kind of sat at his toes for a lot of this race, and he's really starting to make a little bit of a shift in gears now and come up alongside Rowan. So they're the first little pairing that you can see. We've got the girls on the far side of the pool there with Brianna Burgess and Maddie Brand going stroke for stroke as well. So they're having a nice little pair up in a race. It's good to have someone to push you, but it really is all Joshua Carnes' race here. He has absolutely solidified his lead in that previous 200 and probably actually making up more and more ground.
And as we talk about that experience, you've probably raced these guys before in a few different events. You might know what their tactics are, what their race plan is because of that experience racing them. So for someone like William in lane 6 might know Rowan's race plan and know, I'm just going to stick on his feet here because that's my race plan, and I know that he might tire towards the back end of a race. So he might sit there and think, I know when I can make a move. So that's when we talk about the experience of swimming, is that you also get to know your competitors.
So I'm sure there's quite a few familiar faces within this event and this race in particular. As Joshua now turns into his final 200, really, really strong lead on Rowan, who's still sitting in second, with William Bryan in third. But there's not really much between those two guys. And then starting to creep their way back into this race on the other side, you've got Oscar Campbell and Connor Hayes, who are pretty much looking at each other, going stroke for stroke for a fair amount of this last 200 metres.
Yeah, the great thing I love to see about Joshua is that his stroke, his kick, and his skills have not really changed this whole 800. He's getting the same, we're in the last 200 of this 800, and he's still getting the same distance off the wall as he was at the start. Joshua now making his way down to the 700 metre mark. Only 100 metres left to swim. He's definitely got the lead. He's got about almost 25 metres on the rest of the field. But over in lane 0 and 1, when we talk about the girls having a little battle over there, Madison has made a move in this last 200, and she's now a body length ahead of Brianna.
Yeah, she really just upped that stroke rate a little bit more and started to pull away during those last few laps. So that's good to see. And she's starting to bring in the kick too. So we will certainly be able to see a lot more white water at the back of people's toes as they come down now, Josh, with just 50 metres left. And what a dominant swim this has been from him.
You can see him starting to kick a little bit harder. His stroke rate's lifted a little bit. He knows that he's only got 50 metres to swim. And he also knows that it's him against the clock now, as lanes 5 and 6 who have been battling it out. And Rowan has seemed to be able to hold on from William. He's got 50 metres left to swim, but definitely turning on the afterburners is lane 3, Oscar Campbell. He's definitely pulled away from Connor. So our little battles that we had on our hands at the start have started to separate.
Yeah, we saw Rowan Wine do the same thing away from William Bryan in that previous 50, and he's now just doing everything he can to hold on with 5 metres left. The attacks are coming from both sides, but he will hang on to that second. And then it will be Oscar Campbell who storms home to take that bronze. And that concludes this morning's session. We look forward to welcoming you back at 1:30 for our afternoon 13 and overs.